This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
Silverstone's endurance history stretches back many decades, but the track itself has changed multiple times in the years it's held prototypes and sports cars on its tarmac. Today, for the first time, this series will get to face its latest iteration. Will the new face leave the unfamiliar fumbling? We'll find out soon as we get ready to watch Round 5 of the DGFX series, and you'll see it all live here on the Global Sim Racing Channel and the iRacing Esports Network. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Stefan Schlacher. Behind the scenes is our director, Sean Crackers Ambrose, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. With the newest version of Silverstone coming to iRacing within the past year, we might have some viewers who haven't seen the new corners yet. So let's take a closer look and refresh everyone on the new and improved GP course. Welcome to Silverstone. Most famously known for being the first circuit to host a round of Formula One, this place has since become synonymous with British motorsports. Hosting everything from sports cars to touring cars to open wheels and even motorcycles, it's a track that fits a wide variety of vehicles. With 3 different layouts to choose from, you've got a little something for any level of racing. The longest of those layouts boasts 18 turns along 3.19 miles. That comes out to 5.13 kilometers in metrics, so it can take a bit to get around it, even in higher-powered machinery. Its main characteristics are the high-speed straights and corners and general lack of elevation change. Its most famous set of turns is most definitely the Maggots-Beckett sequence, in which anything with high downforce finds itself challenged with the rapid changes of direction. However, don't discount the first couple corners in this latest iteration of the track. Abbey and Farm often require a greatly balanced car and some serious bravery if you're side-by-side. Corners such as Village, Brooklyn, Stowe, and Vale see the majority of overtaking action, but in cars with less horsepower, expect the draft to offer other opportunities. The Hangar Straight is perhaps the most notorious for draft battles to erupt. All in all, this versatile racetrack located just northwest of London provides both history in its roots and action on the tarmac. The huge number of British fans that typically attend events are seldom left wanting. You see some of the beautiful sights of the new buildings that have been built around here, as well as the new corners. But Steph, tell us a little bit more about what this series is going to have to tackle around here, because this is a unique combo we've got.
Oh, Joe, it most definitely is. And on top of that unique combination, we also have to mention that this is one of the narrowest tracks that we have on the service, because only 12 meters wide at the widest part of this track, and that's all the way down to Stowe Corner. It really doesn't offer a lot of opportunities for the faster cars to go past the slower ones around these 18 turns of GP layout. 3.19 miles or 5.13 kilometers long. Silverstone is going to be quite the challenge. A lot of fast corners, not too long of straights, but also very tight corners. So setup is going to be very important throughout all classes. What do you go for? The downforce, or do you challenge yourself a little bit with the faster turns and therefore have faster straight line speeds? It all comes down how you can manage the traffic around these corners, because managing the traffic will be your main playing point throughout these 4 hours of racing.
Oh, we'll certainly be covering that a lot, I'm sure. And speaking of coverage, let's go over the points for the class that is currently qualifying on track. That's the GT AMS. Now, it's very close up at the top. 2 points separating Real Pixels 312 car and TSB Racing's 305. If you look down there, Terbium and Graphite tied for third 36 points back. They could technically still stay in the championship after this round, but if they are more than 20 points behind, or actually just 20 points behind Real Pixel Motorsport, neither of them will be able to take the championship. So at this point, they're not really a factor in it. World Sim Racing Team is just behind them at 42 points behind the leaders, and actually it's a three-way tie behind them for 6th. So it's very tight there in the midfield in this GTM class, and it's going to be exciting to watch. But right now, Terbium Racing is up at the top. So our third place in the championship leads the qualifying sheet here, Steph. So that could certainly throw a wrench in things.
And one thing we have seen already in this class this season is that for the GTM drivers, qualifying is everything. If you get a good qualifying and you're able to get yourself a little bit of a gap, or once those LMP1s come around for the very first time, you are going to find yourself with a much enlarged gap to second place than you entered the lap where the LMP wants to catch you, even though these guys will have a little bit of a say in all the lap traffic. These guys won't have too much problem with the faster classes. It's all going to be about the GT Pro class, because they are much faster than these GTMs down the corners, and that is where especially the LMP2s will have problems to overtake those GT Pros once we go into the race.
As we see Jean-Philippe Vide for Real Pixel come across, it looks like they've got themselves only up to 7th, interesting, in that 312 car. So they've got some work to do at the moment. Florian Hain also out there on track, racing for the TSB Ripen Move, rather. Bradley Mall also getting ready to finish a lap.
Speedtech Simsport 339 just took second place behind Terbium, but still are about 4/10 away from that first place.
Yeah, Terbium certainly seems to have a handle on things right now, the way that they've got nearly half a second between themselves and the next car. They're coming around to finish another lap. They've only set one time in qualifying, so they're fast right out of the gate. Their first one, whoa, as there's a big bobble coming out of club onto the front stretch, so this probably won't be a quick one. In fact, it didn't even count for them, so they must have had an off somewhere. We've switched over to Ryan James for S-Rock. They're in 3rd, and they're coming around to finish a lap. Their quickest at a 1:58.4 will stay put, because that one also did not count for the number 310.
A big surprise right now is the 312 of Real Pixel Motorsport 3. They're right now only in 9th place, being about 1.5 seconds of Terbium right now. And they have won the last 2 races at Belle Isle and Laguna Seca. They've also come 2nd and 3rd place in the previous 2 races. So Real Pixel Motorsport having a little bit of a slack right now in their performance.
Steph, do you think because this is the AM class, the so-called AM class, because these are still very talented drivers, as it looks like they go quicker, 58.6 moves Real Pixel's 312 up to only 6, though. Do you think because it's the AM class that maybe the bogey tracks could be a little bit more dramatically worse for some of our front runners? Because usually we see the same drivers up in the prototypes up at the front race after race, even if they aren't on the pole every single time. So is this a case of maybe, we just see more dramatic swings?
I don't know. I mean, qualifying always have to take that with a little bit of a grain of salt. I mean, I've had performances on tracks that I really don't like, where you're slow, yes, but if you're consistently slow and the faster guys do make those mistakes, then you still can be slow and progress your race and get up to a 3rd place, a 2nd place, maybe even a 1st place if you're very lucky. So right now, I would say, yeah, they are having some problems with this layout right now, especially like just they went through Cops Corner and there was a good 3 car width to the far outside of the track limit. So there still is room for improvement for Jan-Philippe Weed right now, but I know him, and I would say that right now he is still on a little bit of a warming up term for this qualifying.
That makes sense. We'll see if he manages to weave his way through the field when it comes to race times. Now we look at Alex Cofford in the HJ Motorsports 337. All three of his laps have counted, but his first was his quickest. See if number 4 is any better. No, in fact, it gets even worse because that one does not count for him. Now we switch back to Jean-Philippe, and still in 6th place with that last lap. Has he found anything else out there? No, he hasn't. In fact, that was a pretty slow one with over 2 minutes around. These are actually pretty decently long laps around here as well. So I don't imagine we'll see quite as many laps as we have in some of the other rounds where Laguna Seca last round, for example, Steph, that's a pretty short lap.
Yeah, it is, and it brings some variety into the races. Shorter laps, faster laps, or longer laps, and thus slower laps. But it doesn't change really the momentum of a race. It just changes how you approach a race. It's gonna feel like you're driving through those 4 hours faster than if you do a short lap, as Usagi Racing just a few moments ago went into 2nd place with a 58.2, cutting down the deficit to only 4/10 now. So it changes the momentum for a viewer, but not really for yourself, except for you feel like the race is going past faster than on a short lap.
On screen, we just saw Bradley Mall and the number 339 put it on the front row. It was very close before that. There was less than a tenth between 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Well, the SpeedTech SimSport 339 has changed that. In fact, they were so happy with that. Immediately, Bradley took it into the pit lane, and we just got the 1-minute warning, so time is running out in the qualifying here for the GT AM class.
Next over the line is going to be Florian Höhn of TSB Racing #Reipen, as he doesn't put in a lap time, so he has one more time to make it across the start-finish line to make it count for him. Right now sitting in 4th place is Alex Cofford, UChas coming over the line 8th place, and they did stay down there.
I think they jumped up 1 position, so it wasn't a drastic move, but they did improve. Veed improves. All right, so up to 5th place now for the real Pixel number 312.
Yeah, won't improve any further though, as he just spun out going through turn 1.
And we're going to get the checkered flag soon enough here. And the next one across the line will be Carlos Hernandez Garcia. It's number 351. He's well back there. So, looks like...
well, he might be well back there. He's not of this 10-car field. But he's only a second of Terbium Racing, and we all know how sometimes a second even doesn't mean anything come to race pace. So might have to look out for what Carlos Garcia can do in this last dying moments of this qualifying.
And the checkered flag has been flown now, so everybody on their hot lap is able to finish. But the question is, will anybody be able to improve? The 58.678 for Garcia has got room for him to try and move forward. In fact, he's half a tenth off of the HJ Motorsports 337, so he doesn't need much even to go up 1 position as he swings it through Vale and then around Club. The line comes up quick here right after the corner. Let's see what he's got. He does go quicker by 0.2, and in fact, that's a big jump. It's up to 5th place for the 351 machine.
Next up and last over the line is Florian Höhn. He puts in at 58.1, jumps up to 3rd place, overtaking Usagi for that last place on the podium.
Wow, big changes here at the very end. And already we've got the GT Pro cars lining up at the end of pit lane before they get going. That will bring us, of course, to the championship points for the GT Pro class. So let's go over that. It's a little bit farther away. In fact, it is over 20 points. That's how much a win is worth in this series. Between 1st and 2nd, Team Hoistingsveld's 248 car and the Hellracers 219 could find the championship over, at least for 1st place after today's race. Hellracers has to outscore them by at least 2 points. if they want to stay in it, at least mathematically. Even from there, it's going to be very tough. Of course, Kinetic Racing and Fisher Motorsports could also get back into things. Same thing with Graphite, with them being tied for fourth with Fisher Motorsports. So really, if anything, it's not so much a battle for the lead as it is a battle for second, judging by the points distance by many of the cars there at the top of the fight. Already we're getting cars out onto the track. So, Stefan, it's not super early in the morning, but it's still during the morning time. So the track's going to continue to heat up, I imagine, here. In fact, there you see the temperature on screen at 79 degrees Fahrenheit. But looks like pretty ideal conditions currently. It's I suspect that it's somewhat grippy out there.
Most definitely it will be. Obviously, as I said, the track is going to continue to heat up throughout this qualifying. But right now, these GT Pros find themselves in pretty much perfect conditions. Track temperature-wise, 26 degrees Celsius on the track. Not too much wind, and the humidity also quite low. So even those engines will put out a little bit more than you might be used to. And one thing I have to say about this championship battle, if Hellraisers are able to outscore the 248 of Jansen Koski, then actually they would be pretty much back into the fight, because if they happen to somehow be exactly tied on the points in after Barcelona, which is the last race of this season, they would find themselves in a quite interesting spot, because both cars so far have won one race.
So we'll have to flip through the rule book furiously to figure out how they do the count back on that and decide the winner. But again, it's going to be tough for them to try and outscore them by that much. We'll see how it all winds up. It is a very long race next round. It's going to be 10 hours at Barcelona versus the only 4 that they are racing here today. We're still waiting for the first times to come in on these qualifying laps. They've just started their first flyers now, as you see them head down past the wing and into Abbey and Farm.
And looking at my sheets, I actually made a mistake thinking there. Actually, Sankowski or the team Heusenfeld number 248 Porsche have won 2 races thus far. The first one at Watkins Glen and also Belle Isle, whereas the Hellraisers only have won at Circuit of the Americas. So Hellraisers would have to win at least one more race to really get back into this championship.
That's right. So to at least tie them. But again, there's one more round after this one. So that would be the tiebreaker if one of them wins. As we continue to watch them work around here, Jansen Towski coming around in the Heusenfeld 248 up into the Maggots Beckett sequence here. This is where I'm going to have my eye on a lot when it comes to lap traffic, Steph, because getting around the different classes, especially if you have multiple classes, is probably going to be a headache through that set of S's.
For the LMP1s and the LMP2s, those GT Pro cars will most definitely be a very big headache. GTMs not so much. They're so much slower on top speed and through those corners that they are going to be gliding past very easily. But I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see some, I don't want to call it dumb moves, but interesting moves through Maggots and Beckett's with people, especially in the LMP1 class, trying to overtake GT Pro cars in or through that section.
Times are now starting to fall in. Santowski's put it up on top, and nobody's been able to go quicker yet. Julian Bell's the closest, but make that Viberg. There, Wilhelm in the 219 manages to get within a 10th. That's much better than what we saw with Bell, because he was a whole 7 tenths behind our lead car in the qualifying. So we've got 2 cars within about 3 tenths of Santowski. That's certainly not impossible to try and gain, but Viberg is going to abandon his lap and head back into the pits. He's still got plenty of time to get back out.
And one thing I've just read up, the last race at Barcelona will actually be a double points race.
Well, and that changes everything in our calculations then. So a lot more drivers are still mathematically in pits. We watch Joel Hafner come around. Looks like everybody except Gabriel Roos. No, Gabriel Roos does have a time in, but it's a slow time, so must have been on an outlap of some sort there when he set that. Everybody else does have a competitive time on the board here for the GT Pro.
And now, quite interestingly, as you can see, it's gone dark, which means a cloud is right between the sun and the surface. So this track's going to cool down quite rapidly now. And I wouldn't be surprised if we all of a sudden see quite some fast times trickle in.
Yeah, you got to be out on track now and setting those laps. And Towski's actually coming around now as we watch Fisher, looks like, come into pit lane, so not happy with that. Santowski doesn't go quicker, though. It's about a tenth slower that time around. Torres is going to be the next driver close to him on times. And the Kinetic Racing Velocity 280. Let's see if he can go any quicker. He's in third right now in this GT Pro class. He does not go quicker. 0.2 slower there.
Yeah, everybody right now not going faster. First one to go faster is Kinetic Racing Surge, 55.1, 2/10 faster. Also the second Fisher Motorsport car was able to go faster, with them toppling their sister car. So the 285 now in front of the 284.
This class is where it's going to get a little bit interesting as well, Steph, because in the GT-AM, that's all single make. Those are all Audis out there, the GT3 cars. These GTE cars, though, we've got the Porsche, the Ferrari, and the BMW all competing. Granted, it seems like lately the BOP, the dreaded sinful word here in racing, the BOP has been pretty balanced lately here on iRacing. So I'm curious to see if there is any strength one over the other between these three cars at this track.
Yeah, BOP and the EOT, as it's now called in the LMP1s, for in real life in the WEC, they both are quite good here on iRacing. Obviously, the BOP for the GTEs, and then it's not really an equivalence of technology for the LMP1s because both the Audi and the Porsche are hybrid cars, but even those two cars are extremely tight together on pace. So you never really know which car is really going to be the faster. And if it's just the drivers making it work better, or if there's a little bit of an advantage because of the systems they use.
As we watch Mark Torres come around Stowe, plunging down the hill into Vale. Got to be careful with these curbs. You can really see how tall some of them are as he swings it through. BMW coming onto the pit straight one more time. He's trying to improve on that 54.4 to see if he can get higher than third place, and he does not once again. And it looks like he's not finding the time that he wants, so he's going to pull over, take it into the pits, maybe do a few tweaks, and get back out there.
Track temperature actually has increased by 1 degree Celsius, so even though we had a cloud up, it didn't get colder. In fact, it did get a little bit warmer. Air temperature still is at 19 degrees Celsius as a few more cars go over the line, but I don't think anyone did improve there.
We saw Valverde in the Kinetic Racing Surge number 270 improve. That was up to 9th place, a 55 flat for them, and they're actually within a second of our pole time, so it's pretty close considering that's a second from 1st to 9th place.
Yeah, it seems like these GTEs are pretty unified in their stretching. Qualifying, only a few people only did a single lap to start their qualifying. Most of them did 2, as those are now on their outlaps, starting their first fast lap of their second stint.
Ooh, and this is interesting. The Hellracers car, second in the points, is now first on the timing sheet. So Viberg managed to put himself onto the pole. That was a 53.9. That's about a 10.5 over Santowski. That certainly gives him quite a marker to try and regain, but it's a 4-hour race. Qualifying isn't nearly as important. There will be opportunities to try to get ahead. And in fact, another thing unique to this series for our viewers who haven't watched, Steph, is the fact that it does have full course cautions here, and that can bring the field back together and really flip the strategy around.
Yeah, and before I talk about the safety car periods, I have to say one thing, Joe. qualifying always is important, no matter how long the race is. So yeah, no matter if it's a 24-hour race or a 20-second race, it is still very important to get that top spot in qualifying. Not only is it prestigious, it also gives you a little bit of an advantage in mind. Now, also, Hellraisers Heresy, they are one of those cars that are on the alternate strategy of only doing one lap, one fast lap. So those guys were able to pretty much have no traffic whatsoever on that fast lap they just did. And with the safety car periods, it is a little bit of a two-knifed edge. As Senkowski goes to the pole, 53.939 puts them about 300th faster than the Hellraiser's Heresy. So order restored once again at the top of the shoot.
Wow. So it is a back and forth battle between Santowski and Viberg. And it looks like Wilhelm is actually slow on track right now. I think he's trying to get himself some a gap here in the traffic. You mentioned before that he did that all on his lonesome. So I wonder if that's what he's doing here, if he's just trying to get himself a little bit of clear track, because he messed up the start of this lap, so this one won't count no matter what. And there he starts to go finally as he comes into Brooklands. There was a spin in front of him. McCormick and Fisher Motorsports, who we ride on board with, sits in 5th. And this is actually... I was looking at Benjamin Fisher. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Mark W. McCormick there didn't count for him in that first lap of his second stint. He has one more lap in his second stint, as we're now looking at Guillaume Kempfer for Hexa Racing Team Purple right now, sitting in 13th place. They're going to pit in for what I presume is a new set of tires. And to get back to the full course yellow point that I wanted to make is, it puts together the field, but the whole field. It doesn't mean that you're going to get stuff together as a class, because everybody is going to be in between each other. So even though it might seem like it's going to get everyone closer together, it actually means that you might have an LMP1, then 5 GTM cars, and then another LMP1 that is maybe in second place. So it still is going to be a big danger zone, those full course yellow starts.
Valverde manages to get himself 6th place with that 54.8 he just put in. So the 270 is doing quite well. Mark Torres also across the line, but not able to improve his spot. He stays in 3rd place. He gets to within about 3, looks like more like 4/10 up to Santowski. Actually up to both Santowski and Viberg. So the Connect Racing Velocity 280's got some work to do. Fisher Motorsports seems to like to confuse us a little bit here. I was talking about one of the Fisher Motorsports car. I was watching a different one on my screen. They've got the 284 and the 285, and they have both been named the same. The only difference is the number on the car. That's McCormick in the 285 and Fisher in the 284.
And their paint job. The 284 is white and green, where the 285 is yellow and blue.
At least they give us that. Gabriel Roos coming around for the Kinetic Racing speed car. Doesn't set a time. Must have been on an outlap that time around. So he's going to send it down through Abbey and Farm and into the first heavy braking zone of Village. One of those spots that I'm going to be watching, because we tend to see a fair bit of passing into that first hairpin, Steph.
Yeah, I don't know. It's always so tricky to really pick out a good opportunity for your passing, because you always have to set it up one way or another. If you want to go and overtake into Stowe, you have to set it up through Maggots, Beckett's, and Chapel. It's just an old school racing layout. You always have to work for your passing opportunity. There is not a 90-degree corner going into a 4-kilometer long straight and then once again into a 90-degree corner. We're not here at the Tilka track. This is old school racing, so you have to work for your passes.
We've gotten the 1-minute warning for the checkered flag on this qualifying session, by the way, so we should be close to seeing drivers wrapping it up. So we're watching Guillaume Kempfer for the Hexa Racing Team Purple abandon the end of his lap, so he wasn't happy with that. Still hasn't gotten the checkered flag, but he won't be able to start one in time. There it comes out as the timer is now done. Casper Valentin for Torque Freak Racing Maggots decides to abandon his lap.
Interesting.
Julian Bell then will be the first to take the checkered flag in the GT Pro session. The number 292 sits in 8th position, goes a little bit wide, still counts, but he doesn't go any quicker, unfortunately.
Next up, Roy Diederen of Virtual Motorsport sitting in 9th place for his Ferrari team, thus improved by 2/10, which means he goes up from 8th to 5th.
Ooh, big jump there on the last lap. They'll be happy with that one. Let's see who's next. Looks like Nacho Yarnos is going to abandon his. Sentowski. Oh, Sentowski might be able to go a little bit quicker. They're still on pole, and Viberg is in the pits, so they're not going to be able to be overtaken by them. Torres is also in. Roos, yeah, Sentowski is not under threat at all. If anything, I'd say the 248 is safe to just pull it into the pits.
Now put on the hammer in this lap and really show who's boss, because that might be a little bit of a setback for the others if you can improve on this lap, and he's going to try to do it. We're just going to break it now for Vale, a left-hander and a right-hander. One more corner of Club. Let's see how he manages that very high curb on the inside, which you do not want to hit. There he goes over the line now with a 53.957. Not fast enough for improvement, but it would have been still enough for another first place.
It was awful close to his fastest lap, so definitely consistent in that Porsche. We'll go over that order in a bit. In the meantime, we've already got the HPDs lining up. This is the LMP2 class that are getting ready to start their qualifying, which leads us to their standings. Heading over to how that race is. Very close. In fact, I'd say this is one of the most competitive of all the classes, and you can see why. With it being single make, there's 3 points from first to second. But besides that, it's 9 points all the way down to 5th place. So everybody is still in the hunt for the championship, considering today and the double points in a month's time when we go to Barcelona. CQR Club, of course, leading to All Adequate Racing, Torque Freak, World of Sim Racing, and German Sim Racing are the chasers, seeing what they can do to set themselves up going into the final round. So drivers now out on track and working their way towards getting that flying lap started. And go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, our viewers, again, we might have people who haven't watched this series before. They might be thinking LMP1, LMP2. Okay, what's the difference? If they're a bit of a new racing fan, they might look at them and not necessarily see what looks and races differently about them. So talk a little bit, Steph, about what differentiates that LMP1 and LMP2 class.
Well, there are a few points. Obviously, less horsepower, more weight, so overall a little bit less aerodynamically advanced. But still, those LMP2s, they are mostly constructed for privateers. You don't see Toyota running an LMP2. You will never see that. LMP2s are strictly privateer cars. They're specifically designed for privateer use. Your main factories there are obviously Lola, Ligier, and those kind of stuff. Lola no longer. They were in the past of stuff and stuff like that. So really, if you see anyone, it's either going to be a Ligier or that kind of stuff. Most of the times you will see them inside with a Chut engine or a Honda engine, but all of those are just towards privateer use. They used to be, like we have here, the Honda Performance Development ARX01C is the full name of that one. They used to be with manufacturer backing, but they were pulled out of everything because that LMP2 class got renovated in today's LMP2s. The really main part of this is they are rapid, quick, extremely hard to handle, even though they have traction control and ABS. So even though there might be a 2, they sometimes are harder to drive than the 1.
Yeah, they can be twitchy little machines, and if you're wondering how to tell the difference of them visually, well, the LMP2s, like you see on track, they are open cockpit, and the LMP1s are both closed cockpit. Right now, just waiting for those first times to trickle in. This is our third qualifying session of the qualifying coverage here. And then we'll get to the big boys, the LMP1s. Looks like who's going to be our first one across the line? I believe it's Nicholas Helm in the Nomad 122.
Yes. And, you know, Joe, the funny thing is about LMP1 and LMP2, except for that hybrid system of the LMP1s, they are actually not too different to set up because they are both prototypes. They're highly advanced cars that are simulating the future of cars that we're going to drive on the road. I wouldn't want to drive an open cockpit car, though. Just to say that as Nomad Sim Racing goes on to top spot, obviously, for the LMP2s. And Joe, I don't know about you, but I would love to have a car that rapid in everyone's hand.
In everyone's hand? I don't know. I've seen some daily drivers that I wouldn't want to have even an MX-5 in their hands. But right now, looks like David Barraclaw goes quickest, a little bit faster than Helm. He's got about a 10th over him. That'll put the Torque Freak corkscrew machine up on the top, at least provisionally. We're still waiting on a number of people to set a time. Estefania gets relatively close on the 151 World of Sim Racing. They've been quick lately in the last few races, so I wouldn't be surprised if they manage to get themselves up onto the top spot as well. Watching the CQR leader in the points, put a time down. They're actually on the opposite side of the track. That's the old pit straight that they were just going over through Stowe and up towards the Maggots-Beckett sequence.
It isn't the old pit lane because it still is used quite frequently. I think pretty much everything except for Formula 1 actually still uses the old pit lane. Obviously, most notable, MotoGP uses that one as their actual start-finish straight.
Interesting. I did not know that about MotoGP here. Yeah, that's I guess if I'm going to give it the proper term, it's the support pits, if you will. As we watch Daniel Kraft come around. Looks like that first lap may have just been a warm-up lap or something at a 1:48.7 because they're about 2.5 seconds off of the pull time. And as we've shown, they can be pretty quick. Well, they're much quicker, 1:45.7. And that is going to take them up to the top spot over David Barraclaw.
Yeah, and also not to forget the Pin Le Mans series. They're also using the old pit lane as their start-finish straight, mainly because the old pit lane has a little bit more pit stalls than just 20.
And David Barraclaw was not able to respond to CQR, even though they did go a little bit quicker. Wow, it is tight up at the top. Between the top four, there is 0.5 tenth of a second. And that's CQR, Hoisingveld's 101 team, the World of Sim Racing's 151, the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew team. My goodness, this is going to be fascinating to watch, especially if it stays put all the way until we get to the green flag here, those times. So it's going to be extremely competitive at the top of the LMP2 class.
I mean, let's be real here. This was kind of what we were expecting going into this race for the LMP2 class. The team that is more than 20 points behind your leader of a CQR club in the standings is actually 8th place, No Luck EM Sport. They are 23 points behind. So yeah, it is extremely packed in this LMP2 class because you just don't know how these guys are going to handle these tracks because they're so vastly different.
Looking to see who's the next of that group to set a time, and I do believe it's going to be Kraft in the CQR once again. We're watching Nicholas Helm, who's in 5th, is kind of on the outside looking in. That lap did not count for them, unfortunately. Looks like Kraft is coming around into Vale. So he tries to get everything out of it. You can see the tail of that car waggling just a little bit across the line. Is this going to be quicker? No, it's not going to count. I think Marcel Ty going to be next. Sits in 2nd, so he is on the front row, at least for the moment. 45.8, unfortunately, is going to stay put for him.
And Banfield over the line, not improved his time. He's sitting, or continue to sit, in 11th place. And sure, what we saw there on that onboard is just what I like so much about the LMP2 car. It might seem like an easier car to drive because of the 2 in behind there, but it is such a much harder car to drive than the LMP1s. Obviously, we're not regarding here or taking into account that hybrid system.
Yeah, maybe harder to drive, but easier to manage all the systems, I'm sure. Barraclaw, who we were watching there, was slowing down on that lap. Oh, and he was a bit wide. So if he was off track coming over the line there, then this lap also might be ruined for him. Let's hope that he's managed to keep it within the bounds as we now watch Iker Estefania come across. And third place driver, unfortunately, also not able to improve.
Niklas Helm going over the line once again. 45.4. That's a new fastest lap for the LMP2s. 0.3. He is ahead of CQR Club.
Well, that close fight between the top 4 now seems a little bit more meaningless because they've got a long ways to improve. And I think Kraft's going to be the first one. He's coming around right now. Here we see the CQR car on screen. 45.3. And that will actually take the pole right back from Helm.
Team Heusenwelt number 101 coming over the line now. Marcel tied behind that wheel. Let's see if he also can improve. No, he cannot. That lap didn't count for him.
Wow, things getting mixed up now among the LMP2 class up at the top as we watch Andy Banfield. He currently is down in 11th. Only driver we haven't had set a time is the Adequate Racing Machine. I'm trying to see if, because they're not in the session currently, not sure if they are expected to get out here. They do, oh, it looks like they are not going to be qualifying because they have a carryover penalty from last race, and they are required to start from the last spot in their class.
Iker Estefania coming over the line in second, going through the short little right-hander now of Club. Let's see if he can improve from his 4th place. 45.7 does improve him up to 3rd place, but there's still a 0.3 gap up to 2nd place.
Looks like Helm's going to have a chance to respond to Kraft now. Let's see what he does. Oh, doesn't improve. In fact, he was about 0.3 slower than his quickest that time. Drivers continue to work their way around. There's Bonello there on screen. I'm watching the 161. Oh, the dirt car goes quicker, but I think he stays put down in 10th place. Sounds like the track temperature has gone up slightly, not a drastic amount. Yeah, you can see on screen. Thankfully, the wind, which can sometimes whip around quite a bit with this being a flat track, is pretty low out here. As looks like Karsten Thiel is not going to try and set another time. Now, interesting to note about this series, while they do have, in the past, they've handed out penalties manually for drivers getting too many incidents. It looks like they have now switched that. They are going to get a penalty after 28 incidents out on track, and then every 10 more, they get another penalty. And that will be a stop and go that will automatically be handed down to the team. So there is definitely incentive to try and keep it clean, despite there being a lot of paved runoff around here.
And so I just had to have a look at how the wind is playing into these guys. Since it is coming from the north, they're actually quite lucky because that wind blows down into Maggots, Baggots, and Chapel. So these guys are going to be a little bit tail happy through that section, but at least they're not getting blown to one side through one of those turns.
Yeah, better for it to be a headwind because at least then gives them a little bit more confidence going in, as they should have some slight more downforce. To watch Andy Banfield continue to try and bring that V-Apex blue machine forward, but gets a non-lap out there as he must have had an off track somewhere along the way. Our pole sitter, Daniel Kraft, crosses the line, but also has a non-lap. That one's not going to count for him. Now David Warner coming through for the dirt team that we saw before, who managed to get it down to a 48.69. And another driver that's had some off track somewhere. It looks like a lot of people are indeed pushing. If you're not familiar with iRacing, if you exceed what the sim considers the track boundaries, it automatically deletes the lap regardless of if you gained time or not. And the 1 minute marker has been thrown down. So time is running out to try and grab the pole here.
And to be honest, right now, I don't see anyone who is right now able to somewhat get close to that first place of Daniel Kraft. A lot of people that are coming across the line now are posting just slightly slow laps than they have already put in. So nobody really able to get down with the grip on this track.
Let's see Nicholas Helm coming across, and looks like he also is not able to improve, but gets one last chance to try and set a quicker time, get that pole back from CQR. Banfield, who's been stuck towards the back, does not go any quicker that time through. Checkered flag comes out. So it looks like Daniel Kraft, who comes across the line, does not go faster. So it's 1/10 that Nicholas Helm has to make up.
Let's see,
Looks
next
like
up.
Dirt team's going to abandon theirs because they had an off track just now. Bonello as well for FAC Autotech. Not happy with that. I think Team Vikings was also off track from what I was seeing, scanning through the field briefly. So a lot of drivers probably not going to finish. Well, it looks like Grindle is going to try and come across.
Nope.
He's very slow, though.
Yeah, as soon as you said it, he full stop break there into Vale, so he's not going to do anything as Team Heusenfeld number 1 might be able to improve on their lap, but they also decide no, it's not good enough for that, so they come into the pit lane. Next up, it's the 122 of Nomad Sim Racing HPD.
This is the team that's trying to take that pole away, and again, it's 0.117 of a second.
Oh, that's
they're
too much.
trying to go quicker. Yeah, that does not. Yep, that was definitely an off track. They decide that that's it for today. Estefania, he was close at 1 point. He's going to try and finish the lap. World Sim Racing 151 is 3.5 tenths off of our pole time. That's got to be a big jump at this point, but it's not impossible. And it's a 45.5. That's going to put them up to third, at least into the second row.
Last but not least, it's Andy Banfield of the Apex Racing Group Blue, right now sitting in 11th place. He does improve on his lap, but not in position.
All right, this is where things get hefty out there on track. You are going to see some serious speed from the LMP1 class, and it also brings us to the fight there. Although I say fight, it hasn't been much of one. Again, it's still feasible for the drivers behind them to come and take the championship, not only because this is the penultimate round, but also because we have double points at the next round. You can see PCDC Motorsports with 80 points. If you're quick at math, and Lord knows we aren't here at GSRC, that means that the number 18 car has won every single round so far. But because of Hellracers and their Porsche 919, they are managing to keep it at least relatively close, and they have been at least on the podium each time. The Old Dogs team could stay still in it along with PCDC's number 54 machine, and GT Temple really has to try and get a good result today if they want to have the possibility of fighting for the championship come the final round at Barcelona. But really, the story of the season has been that PCDC's number 18 has been unstoppable, but not impossible to beat, because some of the times they've come back from what seemed like unlikely, or into unlikely victories just by other people's woes here, Steph. And now we start to get into what you were talking about before, the hybrid systems. You talked about how complicated they were to use in a race. Do you also have to kind of get into a different mindset to use them in qualifying as well?
Oh yeah. You are so much different on that mindset. Like, uh, for I would nearly say for most of these guys, the setups are even completely different because you just train everything or set up everything for that hybrid system. It's a four-wheel drive. The normal combustion engine, that's all rear-wheel drive, and then the hybrid system, that electrical power, that is all front wheel drive. So it technically is a 2+2 wheel drive if you want to be technical about it, but it is going to be so much different from mindset, and sometimes even a much different qualifying setup to your race setup. And to really talk about the speed of these cars, let's face it, the fastest lap in LMP2s, that was a 45.352. If you want to be in first place of the LMP1 class, I'm expecting you to do somewhat of a high 36, maybe even a mid 36. So about 10 seconds faster per lap in qualifying trim for those LMP1s.
That's not even taking into account the drivers in the GT AM class, considering that's going to be close to half a minute slower. So they're going to be approaching the back of that field very, very quickly. As we're watching Rajkovic come around in the Hoisingveld number 78. He's going to be the first one to set a time. Out of Stowe, down into Vale. Let's see, actually, is he on a timed lap now, or is he on a warm-up lap? We got talking about all the stuff happening. I forgot to keep track. Looks like that was a timed one. 37.7. He immediately slows down as he wants to get back in and reset. Mateo goes quicker, though, in the PCDC Argon. That is our championship leader, the number 18.
36.757. So immediately puts in a lap that I am counting as pole worthy. So it seems like you really need that 36 mid. Old Dogs team finally proves that with a 36.558. So you might even need a low 36, maybe even a high 35 to be on pole here today at Silverstone.
Mateo has got to do a little bit better here in the qualifying then to try and get the pole back. Of course, there's no bonus points there, but still, I'm sure they'd love to start things off on the right foot to try and take a 5th victory out of 5 races. Meanwhile, we watch Matthias Hoffman just ahead of them. Looked like maybe Mateo's slowing down to get himself a little bit of clear track, reset the hybrid system. Well, Hoffman himself on a flyer as he comes through the Maggots-Beckett sequence in his Audi. Down the hangar straight up, but Hoffman is going to slow down. In fact, come to a complete halt. And so that's going to send it back to Mateo, who is also letting Wallström by.
Yeah, I think the first fast car is Magnus Wallström of the Hellraisers Gluttony. Let's see what he can do in that Porsche 919 LMP1 car. Goes up to a 36.9. That improves him up to 3rd place.
Second row start now for the Gluttony team. Still waiting on a competitive time from the PCDC Xenon car and the SKS Tribute. In fact, the SKS Tribute just sets one, and that takes them to the outside of row 2, the number 3 with Samuel Roth in that machine. is looking pretty handy.
Andrei Rajkovic not able to improve from his 5th place because that last lap didn't count for him. So he most definitely looks at letting up that 5th place right now that you're holding in that Team Heusenwald number 78 car.
James Ewens coming around. Still waiting for a time from Christian Nosing. Remember, we talked about the off-tracks potentially canceling your lap, and the PCDC Xenon car has tried setting 2 of them. Neither of them have counted. We watch Lemire come through Vale currently.
And I wouldn't be surprised, Joe, if both of those laps were cancelled because they were a little bit too aggressive through Cop's corner, especially in the LMP1. It's such a fast right-hander that you can get easily wrong, especially if you get on that second set of curbs, those white curbs, those triangles out there. If you have your right side wheels on that, your lap will be cancelled.
Well, let's see if this one counts. Hopefully no more cancel culture for Christian Nosing as he comes out of club and across the line. What's it going to be? It does. It's a 38-1. It's going to put him into the mid-pack at about 7th position.
Right behind them, Joe. PCDC Motorsports Argon, the sister car, puts it up into 1st place, about a 100th in front of Old Dogs Team 47.
Wow. Well, the Old Dogs team is going to have a chance to respond. The 47's coming across the line right now. It is a 36-1, and that's back up to the pole for them.
And by some margin, 4/10 faster than the PCDC Motorsports Argon, so we're getting closer to that 35-second mark.
And at this point, everybody has set a competitive time here in the LMP1 class, so this is all pretty representative. But just to give you an idea of how much harder it is to try and find speed out of these cars, we have 3.5 seconds from pole to 10th place. So there is a bit of a disparity currently.
Yeah, and you can pretty much count about a second or a second and a half just on the hybrid system. That's how much difference that makes if you know how to set it versus you don't know exactly how much and where you have to boost on this track.
So we watch Reykjavik come around. Currently sitting in 5th, splitting the field. Another non-lap for the number 78, so the Team Hoisingfeld car has got to come around for another try. Now it's a little bit easier to try and keep track of the timing, of course. That 6 minutes left is exactly how much is left here in the qualifying session for these drivers. So we will, of course, try and keep you up to date when we get that 1 minute warning, but it should be easier for you, the viewers, to watch and know when it gets close to the end. Nosing, in the meantime, coming around, and looks like that lone lap that they've said is still going to be the only lap, the number 54.
Gianluca Matteo now coming over the line, and in that he starts his new approach onto trying to get back that 1st place from the Old Dogs team.
So 5 minutes left to go, and don't have too many close fights between drivers. I take that back. Looks like Ewens and the Torque Freak Sunset got much closer to Reykjavik, but not close enough to overtake. About half a tenth between themselves and the Hoisingfeld 78, and then it's less than a tenth from the number 78 up to 4th place with the SKS Tribute car. So and joining us now in the booth, who's going to be covering the GT classes once we get to the green flag, is going to be Ryan Walker, who is now getting himself settled in, and of course will be keeping us up to speed on those slower 2 classes as the 4 hours of this race continue. Welcome, Ryan. I know you've been kind of hovering around and watching some of this qualifying. It's been fascinating thus far, but we've been watching all the cars out individually at this point in qualifying. It's going to be a whole different picture once we get the once we get all 4 classes running at once.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. It's been absolutely close in all these classes: GT AM, GT Pro, LMP2, and also at the moment P1. It's been relatively close throughout the class. So I think we're in for a fantastic race this afternoon, and in every class it'll be interesting to see what sort of strategy all these cars and teams they go with or try out during the race.
So we watch the SKS Tribute car continue on their qualifying. The PCDC Argon machine has gone a little bit faster, but still hasn't taken the pole back. And I think they're on an in-between lap right now because I just saw them go off track and get themselves some clear space.
The next car that is going to set up a fast lap will be Andrzej Rajkovic of the Team Heusmann number 78. There's technically also James Ewens now coming up to Vale, but he is on an out lap. So Andrzej Rajkovic trying to finally better his 5th place. It's about 4/10 up to the number 3 of the SKS Tribute.
And we talked about how close it was before, but Rajkovic now has about a 1/10 and a half. Actually, no, make that a 2.5 seconds, not a 1/10 and a half. And half a second to get up to SKS Tribute themselves. The 2.5 seconds is up to the leaders as he crosses the line. Does not improve on that 37.6. Still has at least a lap or 2 left to go if he wants to take it. Shouldn't see a competitive lap from Matteo this time through, of course. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just want to say that Riccardo Schiavone is going to coming around this time. I'm not sure if this is a fast lap. It sure enough didn't count though, so yeah. I don't know if that was an out lap or just an off-track lap.
Certainly seems to be a lot more strategic here in the LMP1, Steph, as we didn't see this sort of trying to set up laps, and I imagine that's mostly due to the hybrid systems, but there's a lot of drivers that look like the way that they're going about the qualifying is a little bit more deliberate.
Yeah, you really have to work around your hybrid system. You have 1, max 2 laps on the hybrid system until you can't power it anymore and you have to regenerate some energy. So it's all about getting the most out of your hybrid system, because that is where most of the speed is gonna come from. It's about a 60 kilometers an hour boost that you're getting from your hybrid system.
Rajkovic still working on that 5th place to see if he can go any higher than that. Comes through club and off and across the line. 78 has another lap that doesn't count in there. So the satellite racing car now, the number 64, Pierre Benoit, currently driving that machine. Let's see if that 37.8 goes any faster. No, it does not. Just got the 1-minute warning from the stewards. Our pole sitter goes quicker. Ooh, it's now 2/10 that the PCDC Argon car has to make up here.
Coming over the line out here, Luca Matteo. Let's see if he can better it. No, he cannot. 10th slower. And it seems that was his final attempt as he pulls over to the right side and exits the car.
What about the Gluttony car, the number 19? I think they're on a flyer themselves. They go quicker. It's a 36.4, but that stays in 3rd place for them. That does not improve their position despite managing to go quicker.
Next up, it's the SKS Tribute car sitting in 4th place. They have nearly a full second up to 3rd place as they go heavily over the last sausage curb and thus doesn't make it through the last turn. So they're not going to improve from that 4th place. Ooh. Oh, look at that. Talk Freak Racing Sunset out of nowhere from 8th. They jump up a whole 8/10 to 4th place, taking away that one from SKS Tribute.
That was nicely done by them. I believe we should still see the end of this lap for Pierre Benoit Lemieux for Satellite Racing. Yes, they are going to finish it. They don't come into pit lane. Nice thing about this pit lane entry is it's so early we can tell whether or not someone is going to try and finish this lap at least. So he crosses the line, but he doesn't go any quicker, unfortunately. See if Element Sim Racing Fire decides to finish it. If they do not, that is going to finish up qualifying and set our grid. Looks like they're going to stay out. So the number 71, what's he got? He's currently in 9th place. There's a lot of room to improve. It's about 1.8 seconds up to our pole sitter, but only a 10th to the next car. Oh, no quicker for the number 71. The grid is set, so let's go through that starting order. We got a lot of cars to try and cover here. Starting with the LMP1s. The Old Dogs team has been taught a new trick. They took pole, and that is over PCDC Motorsports Argon, who will be to the outside at the drop of the green. Hull Racers Gluttony will be starting in 3rd with Torque Freak Racing Sunset in P4. SKS Tribute starts 5th today. To their outside, it's going to be Team Voisingveld's number 78 car. PCDC Xenon, the sister car to our championship leader, starts 7th with Satellite Racing starting P8. Element Sim Racing Fire will start 9th. Rounding out your top 10 and your field of LMP1s is German Sim Racing LMP1. That's the number 7 machine. Steph?
11th place, and with that first place on the grid of your LMP2 class will be the CQR Club car. Nomad Sim Racing HPD will be lining up right side of them in 12th place. World of Sim Racing team is 3rd. Team Hosting number 114. Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew 15th on the grid, or 5th on that LMP2 class. 6th place to German Sim Racing LMP2 DGFX. 7th place takes a Real Pix Motorsport 1 team Vikings Fenris. 8th place for Autotech Sim Racing number 111. 9th place, 10th place in the LMP2 class takes 3rd. The Apex Racing Group Blue 11th, and No Lucky M Sport will be 12th on the grid.
And then the GT Pro class, Team Huskenveld take the pole position. Alongside them on the front row is Hell Racers Piercy. 3rd place is Kinetic Racing Velocity. Alongside them is their teammates Kinetic Racing Speed. And then behind them is Virtual Motorsport. Alongside them is Fisher Motorsport. Absolute Unit of Energy Racing alongside them. And behind them is Kinetic Racing Surge, Graphite Racing Pro. And then alongside them is Torque Freak Racing Maggots. Behind them is Fisher Motorsports. And then Element Sim Racing Water, Hexas Racing Team Purple, Speedtech Subsports 239, and then rounding out the GT class is a Samba Racing team.
We get to the GT AM class. Turbium Racing took the pole there with Speedtech Sim Sport 339 starting in 2nd. 3rd goes to TSB Racing Ripen Move, hashtag Ripen Move. Usagi Racing will be starting next to them. Then it's World of Sim Racing Team Junior in P5. Real Pixel Motorsports 3, and the 312 car in 6. S-Rock Racing after that. Then it's Team Vikings Midgard. The HJ Motorsports 337 car will be after them. Graphite Racing and Energy Racing round out the field, but I do not believe Energy is here today. Looks like no, they will not be starting this race, so Graphite be your last car on the field. Adequate Racing didn't set a time, as they will start at the back of their class as the cars now line up. And you can see the timing has changed a bit as the sun looks lower, but no, it's not sunset. It is 7 a.m. currently virtual standard time. The beauty and the wonders of virtual racing, meaning that we can fast forward to the next day and the sun is going to continue to rise. As the Porsche pace car now takes off. Real quickly before we get to the green flag, let's show you our race details here of what's involved in this race. You can see the temperatures have gone down there up at the top of the screen as well. Round 5 out of 6. It is 4 hours, and they have to have 2 to 4 drivers. There are full course cautions. There's the different classes and the cars involved in each. All right, the drivers are now coming around club. And it is going to be the Old Dogs team leading the way. Green flag is out, and Ricardo Schiavon gets a decent launch over Matteo as they get ready to head into Abbey. Already single file from much of this group, and we get contact right away. That was Reykjavik, who has to go off track to save it. Thankfully, not too dramatic. Let's go to Steph with the LMP2s.
Daniel Kraft with the best launch of the LMP2 class. Niklas Helm already single file right behind him. Same with tie. David Barraclough, most of your LMP2s are single file already. Actually, all of them are single file, as there's a little bit of a challenge for 4th place in LMP2 class. Let's head back to the GT Pros.
Yeah, the GT Pros are on the way, and Santowski gets a great start off the line behind them, as well as Hell Racers, and right behind them as well as Hell Racing Velocity, and along with Kinetic Racing Velocity, my apologies, is behind them as Kinetic Racing Speed. Everyone managing to make it through the first couple of corners without any issues.
It was an early start for the GT AMS. TM Haynes already leading the way. Bit of a battle for 4th. That looks like Marcus Niskanen for Usagi Racing going to come out ahead of Jean-Philippe Vide. Important there in that battle for the championship. So the real Pixel car has got to try and fight back on that one. But otherwise, very clean for all the classes. Just had one little bit of contact between the LMP1s. Otherwise, didn't see anything dramatic. In fact, we're back to the LMP1s who are already finishing the first lap. Your order up here, Shiavon leads and the Old Dogs car. PCDC Motorsports has Mateo in second. Valstrom third for Gluttony. Fourth with Roth and Tribute. And Nosing in the Xenon car is up to fifth. A lot of racing left to go here, Steph. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, in your LMP2 class, I just wanted to say that there wasn't a single overtake in this first lap as they now make their way over the start-finish line. Daniel Trumpf still in first place ahead of Niklas Help, Iker Estefania, Marcel Ty, and David Barraclough, your top 5 in that group.
The number 64's had a problem. Pierre Benoit Lemiere was off track, and this was in the loop. I think he had a bit of contact. Yeah, there was just a slight bit of contact, but it wasn't what caused it. Let's look at the replay on this one. Trying to see who ran into him. Looks like that was Reykjavik in the number 78.
Yeah, Pierre Benoit just losing his footing there into Abbey. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, just a little bit early there to tell really what was going on. But I think, yeah, Lemire just lost his footing a little bit into that left-hander. Spun himself around, and Reykjavik nowhere to go and barely hits him.
Ooh, and back in the GT AMS here, it looks like Ryan Jean-Philippe Vide already got himself up to 4th. Maybe potentially he's working on Niskasen, who's side by side with him. They come into the loop. Niskasen going to go way wide. So clearly, Ryan, it looks like Jean-Philippe has got the bit between his teeth.
Yeah, I was just looking at him, and he's get under attack, and he was in a battle, and just everyone seems to be going a bit crazy in the early stages of the race. But yeah, Jean-Philippe has got his work cut out at the moment, so yeah, it could be a tough race for him up ahead.
Thankfully, he's at the front of that pack as we switch back to our battle for the lead in the LMP1s. That's Shiavon, who stretched it out to about 6/10 over Mateo. I have to imagine, Steph, this is where the Old Dogs team really want to pull a gap because they've got no traffic currently, at least.
Yeah, this is really where they want to succeed. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that. Gianluca Matteo, we know from him that he has a lot of pace, no matter if it's in clear track or especially under traffic, as there's, by the way, not too much to go between them and hitting the back end of the GTM field, which is still extremely tightly packed. Only about half of Maggot's Beckets and half of Hangar Straight remaining for those LMP1s to catch the first bit of traffic.
It's a lot closer in the GT Pro class here, Ryan. We're watching the battle for the lead in this one.
Just watching Wilhelm Weiberg up in second place, right behind the GT Pro leader Jansen Kowski, and yeah, these two are close together, and I think it's going to be really close in the GT Pro class, especially just by how close all the cars are and how good most of these teams are. So I think this race could be decided either through maybe some safety car cautions or even through pit strategy. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of strategies these teams up at the front use.
It's just half a second currently between Santowski and Weiberg. And then not that far back to third, Mark Torres in that BMW is keeping them honest for sure as they come across the support pits. and up into Cops. Let's see how hard they're pushing here with it being this early. Oh, they're looking pretty tidy, honestly. Nobody taking any risks with that runoff.
Yep, everyone seems to be playing it safe at the moment. So, plus it's a 4-hour race, but on the other hand, with it being a 4-hour race, most of these drivers or teams could be treating it as a sprint race. So maybe most of these teams are trying to gain as much, maybe some track position or gain some positions early in the race, so it can help them when it comes to the pit stops.
As we now head up to the LMP1s here, Steph.
Yeah, I just want to say, let's head up to the LMP1 because they were just in the midst of the traffic. They're in the GTM class. They have cleared now about 10 cars through all of that, but the big story is that Hellraiser's Gluttony and the PC Diesel Motorsports Argon have caught the old dogs as they are now side by side going into Stowe Corner. Let's see who pays off here. There's a little bit of a GTM traffic, but Matteo doesn't care about that as he's passed the old dogs team right before they hit that last GTM car.
Our first lead change of the day here in the LMP1s. So Matteo up in front. Oh, but that's a horrible exit off, and he immediately goes defensive up into Abby. Schiavon is easily by before they even hit the corner. And just like that, the lead goes right back to the old dogs team. They keep fighting like this. Don't forget Wallström in the Gluttony car. That Porsche is not too far behind. A little bit of a peak there from Argon on them.
And the problem they have is they're now also going to catch the GT Pro class. And there's about 6 cars right behind each other now going into the Luffield. So Schiavon still not out in the clear of the traffic.
And it's going to get a little bit complicated as that was a long way around there for the Argon car. Heading around some of that lap traffic. Yeah, on screen, look at this. This is what they're approaching. Ryan, that is a gaggle of cars.
Absolutely. I'm just watching this pack in the GT Pro class. This pack from about P5 in GT Pro down to about P8 or P9, or even further even. So these P1 cars and even LMP2 cars are going to have a heck of a job trying to get by them on the straights just because of the straight line speed. Especially the LMP2 cars will have a tougher job because of that. So well, this is going to be interesting, especially through the Maggots and Beckett section.
Ooh, that was a bit of deja vu all over again as we got a caution. I'm trying to find what caused it. I see the Midgard team in the pits. Yeah, that was the number 301. Oh, they went on their lid. So if we go back about a minute, this was down into the village and the loop sequence. They got hit by the HJ Motorsports Audi very, very hard. Sent them tumbling. There you can see they've already come to a halt because the car was so damaged. Absolute wild ride. Looks like they started to lose it before they even got hit. So the poor number 337 really had nowhere to go. Wow, so that's a very early caution here. Past couple races, it's been a lot longer before we have the yellow thrown, and it's going to bunch everybody back up. But now that we've already gotten cars lapped, that means things are going to be quite mixed up here. That was, I was about to say before we got that caution, Steph, it was deja vu all over again between Schiavon and Matteo. That's twice that we saw Matteo absolutely blow by down the hangar straight. And I think it's worth pointing out, that's 2 different makes of cars. That's the Audi and the Porsche. So I wonder if that's a good example we're seeing of the difference in the hybrid systems.
Well, technically, that's the other way around because the Porsche is the faster car on a straight line. But I just think that Schiavon didn't twice in a row boost as much down Hangar Straight than Gianluca Matteo did, because Matteo was quite long on that boost button. I haven't looked back at Schiavon's onboard, But I just think that Gianluca Matteo just put that much more hybrid system boost out of that car through Hangar Street.
All our time spent focusing on the LMP1s with the action they were giving us. We didn't really get to go to you much, Ryan. You were watching lots of great action in the mid-pack. We were just getting to a lot of it as the LMP1s were lapping there. Did we miss anything among the leaders in either the GT Pro or GT Am?
Nothing at the moment. It seems to be everything's settled down. So yeah, everyone's been sensible in the early stages of the race in the GT Pro class, and with this safety car caution as well, it gives most of these teams a chance to save as much fuel as possible. And even, well, I've just noticed in the chat that the pit exit is open, so it'll be interesting to see if any of these teams dive into the pits and maybe just take a top up of fuel and just try and go off sequence possibly with regards to strategy.
Well, the only one that's been in the pits that I'm seeing is the Midgard team, the number 301. They're actually still in there getting repairs done because of their tumble. Then Julian Bell has been in and out. It's a very quick stop in the 292. This is in the GT Pro class, and I'm not sure why they pitted, as we're actually getting a checkup as they've come to a complete halt on the Hangar Straight, catching the back of the train here. So that was a little bit awkward. I have to look into Julian Bell here, Ryan, and try and figure out why they came and pitted. Maybe it's like you were saying, where it's early and just top off the fuel. Maybe they were already at the back of the pack.
Quite possibly. I'm just having a look through the replay to see what happened to Julian, if he dived into the pits or not. It looks like, as you said, Joe, he might have just dived in and took some maybe minor repairs and just to top up of fuel, and off he went. So maybe going off sequence and trying to gain some track position.
Oh, now this is really interesting, though. The World of Sim Racing's 151 has pitted, and they were up towards the front. They were well up the order in the LMP2 class, and they're deciding to pit early. So this is going to sacrifice track position here, Ryan. But I don't know about this call. I mean, this is going to put them in the thick of it.
It's an early call, I would say. It's maybe a bit too early. But what was it? The LMP2s, did you say? So
yeah,
it could. I don't know. I don't think that's a good call. If that was me, I would have told the driver just to stay out and just stay out as long as possible and just run the tank dry. But that's a bit of in my mind, that's a strange decision.
They are in for a fair bit. If they were just topping off on fuel, I think they'd been in and out quickly. I wonder, I almost wonder if the 151 team forgot to put race fuel in if they were still on qualifying fuel.
Yeah, it's a bit. I don't know. I don't think they would do that. But if they have done that, that's a bit of a rookie error.
It really is, especially considering the experience they've got in this series. Now, we do have a submission for the stewards. It looks like the 269 and the 292. I'll check to see which cars that is. Braking for the loop, resulting in contact, and I wonder if that is for, yes, that's our GT Pro. So that's probably the incident that brought out this caution. Haven't got a ruling on it yet. The stewards are looking into it. I don't think that we'll see anything on that, Ryan. That looked to me like a racing incident.
I don't think it was anything intense, or like you say, it's just a racing incident. And obviously with the multi-class racing and the races being most of these drivers being so good and being so close in their class, it's an easy thing to do. So I agree with the decision, just a racing incident, and just let it go.
An update, that is not that incident that brought out the caution. That was with Julian Bell and Joel Hafner that happened. We saw Julian Bell come into pit lane, so maybe that explains why they came into pit lane. They got a little bit of contact here, it seems. I'm still trying to find the incident here so I can try and view it. I don't think we'll be able to get a replay ourselves. Yeah, I'm still not finding the incident, so it was a long time ago for them. Clearly, the 292 team not happy about that, though, with the contact as we continue to work our way through the caution. That poor Team Vikings mid-car car must have been absolutely destroyed from that incident because it's now been 7.5 minutes. They have not budged. They're still taking repairs, so they're going to be multiple laps down. They're already 2 laps down from the leader of their class. That's putting them on the back foot in what, as you said, Ryan, is essentially a sprint race for these guys.
Indeed, I think for these guys at Team Vikings, if they can get the car back out after some repairs, I think it's just going to be a case of them getting to the finish and just trying to salvage whatever result they can get. So, yeah, I think this season most of the time it's not been they've had the pace this season, but either they've been caught up in incidents or locks just not went their way. So, I feel sorry for the Team Viking guys, but it's just that's part of endurance racing. You have good luck and you have bad luck.
Remember, we also saw the 337, the HJ Motorsports car, have contact. They were the other one involved in that the incident that brought out this caution, and they are going to come in for what looks like a bit of repair since they had a touch on that number 301. They're currently trundling down the pit lane. Hopefully, this shouldn't take them too long. So they've hit their stall. If they take more than a minute, well, it is under caution, so I guess they can take as long as they really need, as long as they don't go a lap down, and they'll just return to the tail of the train. So this gives everybody a chance to reset a little bit. Maybe try and figure out how they want to approach things from here, how the racing has been going. We talked briefly about the temperature, which, again, with it being morning, will continue to go up throughout the race. It's still very early. You can see the sunrise coming up, and it's 64 degrees Fahrenheit out here. Wind has not changed either. Still a very slight wind. And apologies earlier when I talked about it being a headwind at the time. That was a tailwind actually going into the Beckett sequence.
And Joe, now it actually is going to be a little bit interesting because it changed from north to northwest, which then actually does blow a little bit from the left rear corner. So it is going to be a little bit more tricky through Maggots and Chapel for these cars to manage those turns.
The HJ Motorsports car is back out. No driver change. Just about a minute and some of repairs. They're able to get it going, so they won't lose a lap. Hopefully it hasn't hurt their speed as well. You can see the field coming around and out of the Luffield section onto the support pits straight. Not as big of a field as we've seen in other races in this series. Only 47 cars still running. 48 took the green flag. We'll see if we get that 48th car, the mid-guard machine, back out on there. So, with it being this early, we didn't expect most drivers to come in and take stops, except for maybe a few either getting repairs or potentially topping up on fuel if anybody's at the back of the pack. And thus far, haven't really seen anybody work their way in, except for maybe Iker Estefania, who came in and got quite a bit of fuel. And we're still trying to figure out what happened with that team. We'll try and update on that. We do have a penalty, it looks like, for the 292. There was an unjustifiable risk for what happened between those two cars. And let's see, where is the penalty? I'm trying to find that. I'm not seeing the penalty on them for that. So we'll try and keep that updated as well once we get the information. Maybe they'll get served that once the green flag comes back out. Brian, I see you kind of looking over at the pit lane for the mid-guard car. What can you see down there?
Yeah, I'm still looking at them in the pits, and they're taking longer than expected. So I'm guessing that the damage is bigger than expected. So it could possibly be day over for race over rather for them. So a shame to see these guys in the pits, but that's the way it goes in endurance racing sometimes.
Yeah, it really is a shame considering how early into the race it is. Looks like Julian Bell now in. That was the one that is going to be penalized, we believe.
Yeah, the incident was lap 1 into the loop. Julian Bell didn't brake enough, or didn't brake as early as the car ahead of him, and didn't realize that they were braking that early, and thus made contact. And I think this pit stop right now is just the result of the damage they have gotten, getting that all fixed right now under that caution.
Wow, so that was all the way back at the very beginning then. And I think we should be going green this time. We're still waiting for the confirmation from the stewards. But you see Bell there on pit lane in the purple Ferrari. That's the Graphite Pro machine. Going to come back out. Looking at it from here, I'm not seeing any visual damage. Looks relatively clean. Looks like we got a little bit on the front there. Yeah, oh, it's on the front right side. Yeah. Well, that's going to make life fun for them. Also getting an EOL penalty for the HJ Motorsports team. And for Benetti, let's see, which car are they in actually? Stewards are actually still trying to get people in the order they want. So I wonder if this will delay the caution if they don't get them in the order they want. Hopefully they can get that sorted out pretty quickly, because we're already on the hangar straight. There's not much time before that Porsche pace car will peel in. The lights are off on the car, as we can see from our cameras. So as it stands, they should restart. Just haven't got the official word from the stewards. And there it is. Stewards have just announced that we are going green. So we should see that Porsche pace car come on in. That'll hand over control to Gianluca Matteo in the PCDC 18. Pace car jukes its way down into the pit entry. Purple number 18 slows everybody up, gets them nice and checked up. Guessing we're going to see them start to accelerate out of stow here. Excuse me, out of club. Oh, very quickly. Yeah, right away. Really got the jump on the field as the green flag waves. And the number 18 pulls a big gap over those behind them. They come down into Abbey and Farm. That's going to keep them well safe once they get into the braking of Village. Everybody follows in behind them. Looking to see if we get any battles farther back in the field, as that jump really spread people apart.
Yeah, this full course yellow is going to be one of the worst things ever happening to those LMP2 cars, because they now have to find their way from the very back end of this line throughout the GTM and GT Pro class, and this might have a little bit of complication for all those battles that we had seen.
Haven't seen anything dramatic so far, so I think we're good on that end. And right now, Matteo has absolutely leaped away. It's nearly a second between himself and Shia Vaughn. That's going to be extremely helpful. They come on to the hangar straight one more time. You can see already trying to break the draft a little bit on that Old Dogs car. Looks like we had a change for position at the back of the LMP1s as the Satellite Racing number 64 is going to be able to sneak by the German Sim Racing number 7, Schikowski, overtaken by Lemire. Meanwhile, we got a battle down for third, it looks like, in the LMP2s. Marcel Tai and David Bearclaw. This is between the 101 and 181 as they are dealing with all that traffic you were talking about there, Steph.
Yeah, these guys just have to fight so hard, not only with the traffic, but now also with each other. As also behind Carsten Thiel is now coming through that traffic. Finally, they have cleared all of that GTM traffic, which is going to set them free and hopefully also set the sail for a faster lap time.
Working their way down through the loop. And Thiel, who brings himself into the mix, is trying to see if he can get up to the back of him by the end of Brooklands, but a bad exit out of Aintree is certainly not going to do it. Looks like they got no more lap traffic for a little bit at least, now that they've made it past all the GT cars. Down in GT Pro, Ryan, we got a battle also happening for the podium, it looks like.
Just watching the two teammates from Kinetic Racing battling for P3. It's going to be interesting if there's any team orders in their TeamSpeak channel or Discord channel or whatever they use, but I don't think the two teammates will battle each other too hard. Maybe they'll work together to try and get through the GTE ARM cars, I should say. So I think it's probably sensible just to work together at this stage of the race and just get through the GT ARM cars. So the P3 Kinetic car tries to get through the GT ARM car, and yeah, it's pretty difficult at this stage of the race, Joe, just because there's so many cars on track from GT ARM and GT Pro.
Yeah, and those GT AMs are making life a little bit hairy. As you can see, they're all mixed up, and it's going to be tough for them to tell who is who coming up the hangar straight. Torres manages to get by the lapped car of Jean-Philippe Vide, which update on our championship leader there. Jean-Philippe is in 5th place currently in his class. Right on board with Torres, who is trying to chase Viberg for second, but he's already a second behind. He has gapped Gabriel Roos, his teammate in the other Kinetic car, by a fair amount.
And I'm just watching in the GT ARM class as well. It looks like...
Sorry, we just had a big moment in the LMP1s. Andre Rajkovic had to catch the car big time as he got touched by Hoffman. And we got more accident as Rajkovic gets hit a second time. And more cars have to scatter. This one with James Ewens. We're going to watch the replay here. The initial one happens into the Maggots-Beckett sequence. No caution, though. I think everybody's able to get going once again. There's the initial contact. That was with Hoffman, and he's trying to return to the circuit just as he's caught by Ewens. Just didn't expect him to be there.
Yeah, that was twice quite a little bit of netcode there. And Rajkovic, he is able to continue, but obviously very damaged from all of that.
Ewens as well. He smashed it into the barrier. So that brings us now to the LMP1 class, which has a battle for the lead. The Old Dogs team has re-caught Mateo's PCDC Argon car. He's got it down to half a second. They are hitting a little bit of lap traffic here and there, spaced out. But they've got a break before they get to Alex Cofford, which is the next one, and the GT AM car up ahead. Sounds like the steward's already taken a look at that incident in the LMP1 cars. Still haven't got a penalty for what happened with the 292. Taylor now working his way around Cofford. Oh, and off track, having to take a bit of a risk there. Shia Vaughn gets held up by the GT Am car. That allows Wallström to run him down and get him within half a second. More traffic getting in the way there. Shia Vaughn gets close, but not close enough. It's a swing through Abbey and Farm, and he's going to back out of it. Let's head now down to the GT classes. Ryan, sounds like you've got a lot of fun happening.
I was just watching the Kinetic Racing Surge and Fisher Motorsports. Yeah, the 284 and 270 cars swapped positions. Fisher Motorsport managed to pass the 270 Kinetic Racing Surge car and is up into P6 in the GT Pro class. So yeah, plenty of battles going on in the class at the moment and fantastic racing as well.
So we watch on screen down there in that GT Pro class. Valverde and Fisher come through the Maggots Beckett sequence. They've got more of the GT Ams in front of them. That's Florian Hain that should hopefully be able to stay out of the way now that they hit the hangar straight. In fact, he sees it coming and holds off to one side. Looks like Fisher's going to get himself a nice run, and he can just sneak through. That's going to put a buffer between himself and Valverde. Oh, we got to go to the leaders in the LMP1s because they've caught a lot of traffic. And Matteo almost lost the spot. Oh my goodness, it is an absolute nightmare here. He's going to get boxed in. Almost a little bit of contact. Shia Vaughn tries to take advantage of it. Goes around the outside of Club, but he runs out of track.
Yeah, he got run quite heavily out of track there. So Shia Vaughn most definitely not very happy with that move from Matteo, but Matteo able to defend his lead for now at least, as they're hitting more GTM and GT Pro traffic.
That was some of the thickest traffic we've seen yet here that the LMP1s are dealing with. This restart has certainly caused them a lot of problems. Bit of a holdup for Shia Vaughn. He got caught out by Florian Hain coming out of Hain Tree, and yet more of them. They're being forced offline as Shia Vaughn sneaks inside of Mall and Miller. Boy, things got exciting quick here up at the front. In fact, that kicked off a bit of a battle in GT Pro. I think that's Miller who I was talking about. Oh, Miller goes actually way wide in the Torque Freak Racing Maggots car. Excuse me, no, the Speedtech SimSport 239 rather. Looks like he was able to get back on track. He's trying to hold off Valentine. Woo, they come up quick. Valentine's going to get the spot back as Christian Nosing makes him 3 wide for a brief moment.
Yeah, that is the troubles that these LMP1s sometimes bring with them, as they are just way quicker through those fast turns than those GT Pro cars. As now also Miller got a slowdown coming probably out of Chapel there.
Yeah, I think
so
you're right.
Now down to 9th.
If it wasn't Chapel, certainly went wide coming through Cops. Meanwhile, the lead's starting to get a little bit closer between the LMP2 drivers of CQR Club's Kraft and Nomad's Nicholas Helm.
Yeah, it has stayed pretty much that 1 second gap throughout this race, obviously except for that full push yellow. But yeah, Nicholas Helm, he can hold the speed of Daniel Kraft. Sometimes the one is faster and then the other one is faster again. But they're holding pretty much that 1 second gap between those two. Just neither of them is able to challenge the other one for that first place.
This looks like he's being held at arm's length. Craft doing a good job since they're in clear air right now. They got a long ways to go before they get to Alex Cofford. Probably at least a lap and a half before they reach the 337. Let's head down to the GT Pro class. Looks like Gabriel Roos is still dealing with some problems here, Ryan, because he's now got 2 cars chasing him.
Just watching behind Gabriel Ruse, and he's got a couple of cars hunting him down with the Virtual Motorsport and also the Official Motorsport cars as well. So yeah, a 3-car battle for P4 at the moment in GT Pro, and yeah, I'm not sure what's up with Gabriel Ruse, if he's battling with something like understeer or oversteer, or just losing grip in general. He seems to be struggling a little bit for pace.
It's an LMP1 car coming through. That's Lemieux. There, number 64, who split them momentarily. Gets to the inside of Roos, and now the GT Pro cars can continue on their merry way. We ride on board with the Kinetic Racing number 260 down into farm. Not going to be close enough for Deirdre to be able to attack here for sure, but we've seen the traffic can definitely play havoc and change the face of these battles very, very quickly.
And especially if you're not that good with managing a traffic and knowing where you can attack the traffic and where you should stay back, because they might even be a little bit faster than your own car. It really can shake up the battle you're trying to get into or are in. So yeah, you just have to take the flow of the traffic, and sometimes the traffic gives you some opportunities and sometimes it takes away from them. But yeah, the racing gods will always be watching.
Down in the AM class, looks like we got some more fun for 4th place. This is Usagi Racing's Niskanen trying to hold off Veed, who still wants to try and move forward. The bad qualifying has put him in the mid-pack, so this is not dire right now for the Real Pixel Motorsports 312 car. But I have to imagine they would have liked to make a little bit more progress by 40 minutes into this race.
As just looking at the GT Arm class as well, yeah, Veed is trying everything to try and get by him. He's just watching his onboard. He's wrestling the car like crazy to try and close the gap up to Niskanen in front of him. But if he can't get by on track, I think another thing he could try is maybe his team could try a different strategy. Maybe try and put in maybe on the hour mark and try and undercut him, or maybe put just maybe 1 or 2 laps early. But I'm not sure. It's with these GT Arm cars as well, with the Audis and these cars in general, they're just so close to get together on pace. It's hard to overtake, especially around a track such as Silverstone.
So as he gets pretty close to the back there, Niskanen. He gets him within reach. I wonder. Oh, wow. He falls back big time coming through Abbey. And so Jean-Philippe Veed, who is looking very good for a moment, denies himself an opportunity. They are going to have some of the LMP2 cars coming through pretty soon.
Well, first they will have oh wait, actually, yeah, you're right. Oliver Kamensan is already coming up to them, and he's only 6th place. So we have the LMP2s already dicing their way through the GTM class, and it's only about, let's say, 10, maybe even 8 seconds up to that 2nd place battle in the GTM class.
So definitely a carrot in front of Veed. He comes through the support pits, but he's fallen back of Niskanen after it was looking pretty hopeful for a moment. Florian Hain and Bradley Mall in front of them should be watching over their shoulders, but looks like that might be interrupted now because the battle for 2nd in LMP2 is the one that is approaching. Helm and Ty could find themselves in a little bit of a tricky situation.
It's pretty much the train for 1st place, because Daniel Croft not too far ahead of those two either. Marcel Ty seems to have, like, right now the upper base on Nikias Helm, we might have to look out for Ty being able to do something through this traffic as Daniel Croft gets held up a little bit there through Stowe behind Ryan James, the S-Rock Racing 310 machine. And now he has 4 Audis right ahead of him. That's not a sight he would much likely to see, especially in the form of an R8.
He's going to get by one. He's certainly got to dispose of these pretty quickly because, again, Nicholas Helm is chasing him down, so he can't really rest on his laurels. Helm himself, though, Marcel Ty caught up a lot in that traffic. Still more of them as they bob and weave their way through. Wow! Aggressive moves being made by Kraft now as he's picking his spots carefully where he thinks a hole will open up. And that's actually going to help him separate by quite a bit. I think, unfortunately for Nicholas Helm, he's going to be under attack here because Marcel Ty gets very close behind. You can see them coming down into Brooklands, and he's going to get to the inside as they bang wheels. Ty is going to get the spot away by force, maybe just barely cuts him off at the apex of Luffield. Aggressive stuff from the 101.
Yeah,
Wow.
The interesting thing there with Nicholas Helm was that through the loop, that left-hand king after the loop, he didn't go to the inside of an R8 where he can easily make a pass even in a Lotus 79 car. So Nicholas Helm with the HPD versus the R8 doesn't go in there, and that set Marcel Ty quite nicely up. They did bang wheels, and it seems Marcel Ty seems to know that he is at fault there, and he just let Nicholas Helm past.
Bad news for fans of Reykjavik in that Hoisingfeld car. They've been given a 60-second stop and hold for the contact, and they're I'm not sure which incident it was in the 2 contacts they had a few laps ago, but that is going to send them down the field pretty quickly here. Looks like Usagi and Real Pixel and the GT Pro are having some, oh, this is actually GT Am rather. Having a nice little fight right now as they get some of the LMP ones coming through. This is the battle for 4th place right now.
One thing I just want to mention is that the battle for P1 and LMP2s is gonna get a little bit more spicier because they have now hit the midst of the GT Pro traffic.
It looks like, ooh, and Niskanen, unfortunately getting a bad exit onto the Wellington Straight is going to allow Veed to get by for that 4th place that he wanted. Oh, but Veed starts to spin. Veed is around and he's facing the wrong way. He nearly hits the side of Elvis Bonello. I know he was trying to, he was kind of in a horrible place at the beginning there, Ryan, but that almost went very, very wrong for the Falk Autotech LMP2 there.
Yeah, tell me about it. That was I was just watching the replay of that, and that was a bit of a heart and mouth moment, put it that way.
We're watching Bonello's view here. He's going to see the backwards car. Oh, wow, he just barely picked the right way to go. So everybody manages to get going again. Man, that is a heartbreaker for the 312. They finally made some inroads. And then suddenly, Ryan, they're now down 2 spots instead of up 1.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. It was unfortunate for Vaid. He was having a good race there. As he runs wide a little bit, yeah, he's struggling a little bit. So I don't know if he's got suspension damage or he's just feeling rattled after that incident. But he was having a good race there, and unfortunately, he's just lost as you said, Joe, he should have had, there's trouble in the GT Pro class for one of the faster cars, I believe.
I think that's a 285. This is in GT Pro. Let's take a look. Is this down in the loop? Oh no, this started in Abbey, and he had some help. Marcel Ty. This was a fight that we wanted to get to between Ty and Helm, and Ty was in such a hurry that he shoved him off track.
Yeah, that was just a bit of being impatient. He should have just waited or until after the corner to lap the first motorsport car, but just a bit of just being impatient, a bit too aggressive. But with these short races, it's kind of you've just got to go for it sometimes. Not shove a car out of the way, but you can't lose too much time.
Now, this battle's still going for second in the LMP2s. If we can get to Nicholas Helm, because Marcel Ties caught back up. They're going to go 3 wide because they've got an LMP1 car. Is going to split the middle. Samuel Roth finds his way through just in time as Ty manages to go by. Nicholas Helm is going to fight back as they come up to Vale. He's going to be on the outside of the corner. He's going to brake a little early, though. He sees the writing on the wall and he lets him go. Intense stuff here for the top of the LMP2s. But all that fighting, Steph, has cost them. It's 5 seconds up to the CQR machine.
Yeah, the traffic and that battling really did cost them quite a lot. They also had horrible traffic compared to Daniel Croft up ahead. But also one thing you have to mention is that this pass, it was on the writing on the wall for the last 15 minutes. Marcel Ty was the faster car than Nicholas Helm, and finally he was able to get past him for that second place. Now also Nicholas Helm has to be careful because David Barraclaw, the Torque Freak Racing corkscrew car right behind him, he's also much faster than Nicholas Helm right now, and if he's not too careful, he might even lose that third place to David Barraclaw.
Ooh, man, a lot of traffic surrounding them. That's Nosing, who's trying to pick his way through as they come up on the GT cars. Valverde in the GT Pro, unfortunately, at a bad spot there for him. And once again, finding more of them, the Porsche of Ben Fisher, just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Andrei Rekovic, who we saw got a penalty recently, is going to try and find a spot to get through as they almost go 4 wide for a moment, but Rekovic makes it clean. Still, Helm is able to hold off Barraclaw, so positions stay 3rd place for the 122, 4th place for the 181.
As said, only 12 meters wide there at that part down Hangar Street, which is the widest part of this racing track. Really old school, because most of the tracks we see nowadays, especially FIA Grade 1 tracks, are at least 15 meters wide on their straight. So, yeah, if you want to pass someone 4 wide at Silverstone, do it at the Hangar Straight, because otherwise you're not going to be able to.
So they now have, it looks like, Matthias Hoffman coming up behind him. This is one of the drivers who had a little bit of contact earlier. Hoffman trying to make up time. He's got a little ways to go to get up to the other cars in his class, and that's going to get in the way of both Gabriel Roos and David Barraclaw, and that gives a bit of relief to Nicholas Helm. Getting close to the 1 hour mark now. Only one caution thus far, but it's not been short of excitement. Looks like, Ryan, things spreading out a little bit now in that GT Pro class. It's drivers maybe settling into a rhythm, you think?
Quite possibly. I think everyone's just settled down now, just looking throughout the GT Pro field, and it's spread out a little bit as the P1 car and the P2 car comes by the GT Pro leader. That was a bit of a close call for Santowski in the GT Pro lead, but he's in a bit of a no man's land at the moment with about a 4.5, 4.6 second lead over Hell Racers in 2nd place.
Yeah, it's certainly looking handy for Santowski. Team Hoisingfeld. We've gotten a little bit used to this. Santowski is pretty quick in that 248, but not free of errors this season. Still, when the speed is on for the 248, and when he doesn't find himself getting in trouble with traffic, he's been nearly untouchable at times. Looking through the field to see if we got any of the battles down in these GT cars. Looks like for 7th place, it's relatively close. The Kinetic Racing Surge team being chased by the Torque Freak Racing Maggots car. And there's about half a second splitting them.
Just watching this battle with the Kinetic Racing Surge car and Torque Freak Racing Maggot's car. Yeah, the Torque Freak Racing guys, they've not really had any luck this season in the GT Pro class, but yeah, they've always stuck with it, and they're doing a decent job at the moment, running in P8 and hunting down the Kinetic Racing Surge car in front of them, I believe is Duayo Valverde. So it's a close battle between these guys. And also regarding the strategy in GT Pro, I think these guys might, or some of these guys up at the front or in the mid pack, might try and pit on the hour mark to try and maybe save a pit stop. So it's maybe worth keeping an eye out on that.
They're not too far behind from Ben Fisher, who sits 6th in that class right now as well. They're going to get overtaken there by Shikowski. The LMP1s is just trying to do his own race as they come out of Maggot's and Beckett's. Valentin looking pretty good on Valverde. Not good enough. They're going to be let clear. But they've got Elvis Bonello now, the number 111 LMP2. He's going to get 1, but not quite 2. That's actually going to split up Valentin and Valverde.
As some of the P2 cars are starting to, or one of the P2 cars are starting to come through this bunch of cars. So yeah, it's splitting the cars up in GT Pro a little bit, but Benjamin Fisher is kind of in no man's land again. So I guess he's just trying to put some laps down and before the pit stops, and yeah, he's keeping up a good consistent pace as Benjamin.
Yeah, that split them from Benjamin, but Valverde got held up big time, and Valentin is closed up the back of him. You can see there on screen. That is Valverde in the Kinetic car, the blue machine, up in front of us as we ride on board with Valentin off of Aintree and onto the Wellington Straight. That would have been a critical quarter, but Ryan, I don't think this is close enough.
No, I think he's not. Oh, is he? I thought he was going to send. I thought he was sending it up the inside there. Jesus, don't do that to me, Casper.
I did not expect him to have a go like that, but I almost wonder if that's just differing lines, because I thought I saw him take a shallow line like that last lap as well through that corner as they get overtaken by Rattray, who's trying to find the long way around. Now he's going to leave them be. And that battle splits up a little bit coming through Cops. In the meantime, we've had a pit stop, and I think a scheduled one. Steph, I see the Gluttony car in. Does this seem to be on time?
Yeah, that is perfectly on time. Don't forget that these LMP1s only do about 45 minutes on a stint of fuel. So yeah, roughly about 10 minutes longer, obviously because of that full course yellow. No tires as I have seen, so only fuel for them, and they are off once again.
All right, well, they were in 3rd before this pit stop. They return in 7th. And I do believe, yes, they are on the same lap still as the leaders. So if they get a caution here, this will work out well for them. There is our leader in the LMP1s, Mateo. Now, he's pulled a gap here, it looks like, Steph. It's about 1.2 back to the Old Dogs team. But it's not a big gap. Oh, and it looks like the 47 is going to elect to pit both of them in.
Not surprised about all of that. Obviously, as said, we are at around that 45-minute mark without the full course yellow. So, yeah, those guys are all going to pit in. I wouldn't be surprised if everyone pits. And as also Samuel wrote, goes into pit lane. Let's see, PCDC Xenon also elects to pit in. But there's the team Hoistenveld number 78 obviously stays out because they have had that penalty. So you can expect pretty much all classes to be offset right now by about 10 minutes because of the full course yellow that we have.
Ooh, the Element Sim Racing Fire stays out. So does Satellite. And Valstrom, we saw, already took their stop. Looks like, we got a driver change for Old Dogs. Piazza jumps in. That's Danilo Piazza now in the car. Mateo is going to stay in it for PCDC Argon. He's going to get out ahead of the Old Dogs car. Oh, this is a long stop for the 47, though. Looks like he's taking tires.
Yeah, new driver, new tires. I'm not surprised by that. Now, I don't remember if Piazza was the faster driver or not of the old Dogs team, so we have to look a little bit at all of that. The fastest lap from Shia1 was actually his 24th of his 27 lap stint at 37.0122, so it remains to be seen what Danilo can do in this second stint for the car.
Well, this should change things once the stops cycle through then, because Wallström is now promoted into second place behind Matteo. Granted, the gap is looking like at about 5 seconds between them, and it was a slightly slower stop for the number 19. But we're still waiting on, looks like the German Sim Racing number 7 to pit, as well as Satellites number 64 and the number 71 of Element Sim Racing, Fire. Fire currently our leader, and he's going to pit right now, actually. Meanwhile, got a nice little battling brewing right back up between Hjelm and Barraclaw.
Yeah, I just want to cue that up. David Barraclaw, he, as I said earlier, he is the faster, or he looks to be the faster car than Hjelm. Then they got a little bit separated by all the traffic that they had to navigate, as once again Barraclaw not able to get past the GTM car in time, which splits them up ever so slightly once again. But yeah, Barraclaw was definitely the faster car, just doesn't take as many risks as Hjelm, even though Hjelm doesn't take a lot of risks himself on the traffic. Barraclaw is even more cautious than Hjelm, and so far it has really worked out for him, except for the fact that he has lost the Team Heusenfeld car by already 4 seconds, whereas the Heusenfeld number 101 has caught your leader of Daniel Kraft by 2 seconds since they have gotten past the Nomad Sim Racing HPD.
That'll be fascinating to watch between them. Since those two have spread apart a little bit, yeah, I don't think they're going to see anything from Barraclaw down into Brooklands. Let's jump over to the GT Pro. This is down between Fischer and Valverde for 5th place here, Ryan.
Just watching this battle between Fischer and I can't, just having a look now. Valentin. Sorry, wrong car. Get mixed up because iRacing's playing off of me. My apologies.
Oh, and sorry, we have a pass for 3rd place in the LMP2 car class. David Barraclaw was able to get past Niklas Helm because of traffic going through Cobb's Corner.
Let's take a look at the replay. This must be the opposite end of the commentator's curse. As soon as the cameras go away, we always miss the action. And that was lap traffic that helped him. Jean-Philippe Vide was coming off of Copse, and that held up Helm just enough. Barraclaw snuck through.
And immediately did open up a gap there over Helm, and now also they get spread by Danilo Piazza coming through. So Niklas Helm really on the wrong end of all of this speed that is suddenly happening in the LMP2 class.
Looks like we got a couple more cars in here as Olivia Kimisset is now pitting for the LMP2s. German Sim Racing is in. That's the last of our LMP1s that needed to pit. They're all on the lead lap in that class, except for the Heusenfeld 78, who is still a lap down from their penalty. Kimisset finds his pit stall. We're going to see a driver change. No, looks like they are keeping Oliver in the car. So the 169 getting his service, not seeing it go up on the jacks quite yet. So I think this is a no tire stop potentially, it looks like. No, none. Let's head back to that battle that we checked in on briefly there, Ryan. It sounds like 5th place still pretty tight.
Still tight together. I think the battle might be sorted out through the pit stops if these guys pit at the same time. But not far behind these guys as well is the Torque Freak Racing Maggots BMW and P7. So I think this is going to be a fascinating battle, and it'll be interesting to see what they do in the pit stops, if they'll take tyres and fuel and do a driver change, or just take fuel only and not change drivers. It's going to be fascinating to watch from a strategy point of view.
That battle in GT Pro must be cursed, because just as we went to it, it changed hands once again between Helm and Barraclaw. Nicholas got third place back from Barraclaw, and they're still very close together right now.
Yeah, and that pass also was facilitated by a traffic car. And once again, an R8 that was holding up Barraclaw, but Barraclaw also had a big mistake out of Chapel while being side by side with that R8. So yeah, Niklas Helm finally, or once again, back past, as once again those two lines of David Barraclaw and Niklas Helm make it look like Barraclaw is gonna run into Niklas Helm, but that has happened for the last 4 or 5 laps while I have been watching them. So yeah, Barraclaw just a very V-shaped line through Brooklands there, whereas Niklas Helm most definitely rounds out all of those, the whole length of that corner, as the GTEs start to make their way into pit lane.
Oh, a lot of them coming in. Looks like Valentin pits. I see Mark Torres in the lane. Viberg also in his stall. So this is a bunch of our front runners too.
It looks like most of them are just taking fuel only, as the Hell Racers GT car is leaving the pits with Wilhelm Viberg. So yeah, it looks like they're only taking fuel only, Joe.
And also, guys, I can report that the LMP2 class is also starting to pit, as Niklas Helm decided to drive into pit lane, laying up that battle for third place.
Yeah, I think we already saw... I'm trying to remember who it was in from the LMP2s in. That was Kimisat.
World of Sim Racing.
Yeah. And, the World of Sim Racing's been... They're out for 23 minutes so far? Or 23 laps, rather? So
oh yeah,
remember
you're right. I forgot. Yeah, they pitted on the Focus Yellow.
So, yeah, the World Sim Racing should cycle around, but they're off strategy now. So we should see them in just quite a bit later than all these cars. That could work to their favor. It could not. We'll just have to wait and see. So far, we've only had that one caution. There we see Helm taking his work. Oh, and we've got Schukowski for German Sim Racing in a second time. Or is this his first?
I believe this is his first. No, he's still on track, I believe. As I'm just watching him right now. So yeah, he's I think it looks like he's saved enough fuel to maybe do... I'm not sure how many laps, but he's managed to stretch the fuel out nevertheless. No,
Schukowski's in. The number 7 is in his stall right now. So he's definitely getting work. There you see him on screen. But this will send him backwards. Oh, and he's got damage. You know what? I'm going to check to see if he has hit something. This is horrible, because if he's just had a stop, unless this happened... Double checking to see if he... Yeah, I think he did have a little bit of contact, but it was while his car was blinking a lot, because I think he had some connection issues, unfortunately.
As Daniel Croft of the CQR Club LMP2 car makes his way into pit lane, and a little bit interesting in that battle for third place between the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew and the Nomad Sim Racing HPD. The Corkscrew also in pit lane, but the Corkscrew crew of the Torque Freak Racing 181 has decided to switch drivers. So with that, David Barraclaw out of car and Dawson Brock in it.
Okay, so bad news for fans of the German Sim Racing number 7. That was an unscheduled stop. It was their second stop. They made contact with the HJ Motorsports GT car. And so that is why they came in for repairs.
As now also the GTE leader of Janssen Kaun's team, Heusenberg 48, into pit lane, making their right-hand turn off that pit lane once again. So, yeah, everybody's starting to drive into pit lane.
Yeah. Once we get the last of these stops done, we'll hop off to a quick break for a second. But for now, we're going to try and watch to see how these all cycle through. There we see Grindle now in the pits. Looks like Bomber's also pitting. He's taking over for Grindle.
And while we're watching that, I can report that the third place for the LMP2 class has switched again due to the pit stops, and Niklas Helm has taken tires, I think, but he had a very, very, very long pit stop for himself, and Dawson Brock, who didn't switch tires, actually got out in front of him. So it's going to be interesting how that is going to play out between those two, with old tires and new drivers versus old driver and new tires.
Yeah, Brock taking over for Bearclaw on the Torque Freak 181, but immediately under pressure. Nicholas Helm in that 122 looking to get that third place right back. And Brock's an interesting story. Came from a mostly oval side of racing to suddenly finding himself faring pretty well on the road side, and has since stuck with it. Of course, we're pretty familiar with him because he commentates with us here on GSRC, but he's certainly been thrown in the deep end here, with Nicholas Helm being no slouch as one of his other Torque Freak cars, James Ewens, in the LMP1 goes on by.
Yeah, but this was good for Brock, as Niklas Helm got held up behind Willem Kempfer, that GTE, BMW GTE, and GC behind him.
Yeah, that split them up pretty well, and that was Ewens going way wide off. In fact, I don't think we've seen anybody get a penalty yet with the off tracks, but I'm sure we will, judging by how many we've seen having to take off into that paved runoff. And we've had no other penalties from the stewards that I'm seeing so far, even though we've had a few more drivers enter in some stuff for the stewards to look at. Ooh, let's head to Sam Roth, because he's in a nice little fight for fourth in the LMP1s. This is with Nosing in the number 54. Fourth place in the LMP1s. Nosing going to be able to gun it off of Luffy a little bit better. We ride on board now with Sam in that SKS Tribute Audi. Still waiting for just a couple more of our GTM drivers to pit. Most of them have come in. Bradley Mall leading that class right now. A little lap traffic there for our two battling as Josh Pendley gets out of the way. This is a good run for Roth. Defensive move for Nosing coming up into Stowe, but he's going to have traffic to his inside. Looks like that is Garcia in the 351 managing to stay out of the way. Roth can't quite get it done. So that's going to spread them apart slightly out of club as Tom Van Putt stays out of their way. And I think the last of our drivers in GTM are pitting. In fact, Garcia is now our leader, that one that we just saw that battle pass by. Now that we've got our others in the GTM also pitting. That's going to settle out our order. Real quick, let's run down our top five in each of the classes, and then we're going to head off to a break here. Up at the top of the LMP1s, Gianluca Matteo, still your leader despite not starting on the pole. And the number 18 is about 5.5 seconds back to Magnus Wallström, who has inherited second place since he decided not to take tires in that Hellraiser's Gluttony machine. Behind them, third place now goes to the Old Dogs team. They were running in second for much of this race. They took the pole. They're well behind, having elected to take tires on this first stop. It's about 18 seconds back. You got another decent gap back to Samuel Roth, who we were watching just a bit ago. The SKS Tribute car has had his hands full. He is holding down fourth place just barely over Christian Nosing. who is continuing to hassle him there and rounds out our top 5 in the LMP1s. What does the LMP2 top 5 look like, Steph?
Well, the World of Sim Racing team right now is a place car in that LMP2 class, but they're a little bit out of sequence. They are the only car in the LMP2 class that did pit on that full course yellow, so they still have to make their first scheduled green flag pit stop. CQR Club, your leader, your virtual leader right now, in second place. They did lead for most of this race until that pit stop and World of Sim Racing took over. Team Heusenfeld, number 101, they're looking to finally run down that CQR Club car. Right now, Marcel Tai still behind the wheel of that number 101 car. He is faster, but he's just getting stuck behind traffic more often than he has a smooth ride through it. In fourth place of your LMP2 class, we have Talk Figure Racing Corkscrew. That's Dawson Brock right now. Actually, he's in fifth place. My bad, Niklas Helm was able to pass him in this lap. Somewhere between the new start-finish line and the sport start-finish line. So Nomad Sim Racing in fourth place. Niklas Helm, he started in second place and most definitely is still trying to look to get back up to the Team Poison number 1-1. And in fifth place, we have the Talk Figure Racing Corkscrew, Dawson Brock, GSRC's own Dawson Brock, in fifth place.
And in the GT Pro class is currently in the lead is Kinetic Racing Velocity with Mark Torres. Second place is Graphite Racing Pro with Julian Belt. Third place is Kinetic Racing Speed with Gabriel Rose. Fourth place is Hell Racers Hearsay with Wilhelm Weiberg. And rounding out the top 5 in GT Pro is Kinetic Racing Surge with Zwayo Viverda.
We get to the GT AMs. It is Carlos Hernandez Garcia leading for the World of Sim Racing Team Junior, the number 351. And it's a handy gap right now for them because TM Haynes is nearly a minute behind and the Turbium Racing number 365. And we still don't get much of a battle behind that because it's still another 12 seconds to get to SpeedTech SimSports number 339. That's John Haynes running in that car. Finally, we get a little bit of a battle happening out there between third and fourth. About 1.3 seconds back to the TSB Racing hashtag Ripen move. The 305 trying to chase them down. You can see them having to deal with traffic and get out of the way. In fact, they're much closer to the car behind. There you can see right there. That is fifth place S-Rock Racing. Ryan James is really hounding him right now and applying a lot of pressure. Don't worry, though. We're not going to lose the picture on this battle. We'll try and keep it on screen as long as we can while we go to break here, so you won't miss a moment. Stick around because we've still got 3 more hours of racing here at Silverstone for round 5 of the DGFX series. Welcome back to Silverstone. We are joining with about 2.5, a little bit more than 2.5 hours left here for round 5 of the DGFX series. But we've had a big development in the LMP1 class. We had managed to miss it, but the Old Dogs team, the number 47 car, had Danilo Piazza make a little bit of contact with the HJ Motorsports machine, the GTM car, and that netted them a 60-second stop-and-go penalty. They're down to 7th place, and with the lack of cautions we've had thus far, that has made life very, very difficult. They are a lap down now and a long ways away from the lead that they were fighting for before, Steph.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, that is a racing incident too. But hey, the stewards did decide on that, so 60-second stopping a penalty it is for them. Obviously, it throws them well out of whack for everything, as now Casper Valentin had a run together with John Haynes of the GTM VTEC SimSport car through Vale. Both of them were able to continue, but that was in quite a little bit of a gaggle there. In the midst, actually, of the GT Pro field, that was actually for 7th place, or he was rather in 7th place, now down to 9th.
Yeah, that's actually some good action happening right now. And do we have a change for position? Nope, that was a GTM car that he was going by. We've got Roy Dearden, Nacho Yarnos, and Casper Valentin all within about 1.5 seconds of one another. As you can see just how quickly those LMP1 cars come through. That was actually 2nd place there, the Hellracers Gluttony machine with Magnus Wallström, who was having to go the long way around. Oh, and some contact just behind them. More contact happening. That's Jean-Philippe Vide in the 312. That's significant because that's our championship leader, Paul Van Loon, in the No Luck EM Sport. Unfortunately, finds the team's name coming true. This was into the Maggots-Beckett sequence. They both keep going, so no caution. But twice they came together, side to side.
Yeah, I'm just watching the replay, and it looks like that was a bit of an argy bargy move. That was a bit of impatience from the P2 car. So if I was in race control, trying to make a decision on that incident, I would have to put that down to the P2 car all day long.
Yeah, it looked like he tried to squeeze the inside. He was focused on the car ahead, and I don't think he realized that Vide was still beside him. Well, that certainly does not make life fun for Jean-Philippe Vide. We've got a battle for the lead now, and the LMP2s, though. Daniel Kraft, who was looking pretty handy before, suddenly Marcel Ty has found a spate of speed, and he is within 1 second of the number 116. Let's see if he can finish the deal, though. It's one thing to catch him, Steph. It's another to pass.
Yeah, it's what I was talking about before we went to the break. Marcel Ty just had much more speed than Daniel Kraft, and now that they're finally once again on a stretch where they don't have too much traffic, like pretty much none at all, Marcel Ty really went down with the hammer, putting quite a few fast laps, and finally he is in nearly striking distance of Daniel Kraft. Still a few meters to go, but I'm pretty sure that Marcel Ty will be able to cover them quite quickly.
Going to get a little bit of traffic in front of him. Ton Van Put in the GTM class is up ahead, but I think they may be able, or at least Kraft might be able to get by on the Wellington Straight. Be a little bit close, so want to get by soon.
He's able to do it into the braking zone. Marcel Ty there, a little bit of a slide nearly into the bank of Tom Van Put. Very close between those two. But yeah, Marcel Ty once again getting held up ever so slightly by that GTM traffic.
Well, with that splitting them up, that actually gives us a chance to check back in with GT Pro, because we haven't talked about the changes after the pit stops. Ryan, you've been doing a little bit of research. What happened?
I was just having a look through each of the pit stops, and most of the teams have been using different strategies. Some of the front runners in GT Pro have the likes of Kinetic Racing Velocity and Kinetic Racing Speed decided to go with fuel only and no driver change and no tyres, and they've managed to, at the moment, get a 1-2 up at the front in class. And also Hell Racers done the same strategy, I believe. Kinetic Racing, I'm unsure what they've done, but Team Huskenveld, I think they done a full service, they done fuel, tyres, and done a driver change. So they're back in, let me have a look, they're back in at about around about P5 or P6, I believe. So different strategies being used, and it's made it interesting.
We're right on board with Gabriel Roos right now, the second place driver in that class. He's got about 8 seconds up to Torres, but Viberg, who's been pretty handy today, is only about 2.5 seconds behind. And Reykjavik is in the pits, so I'm not sure. Let's see, they are a little bit off strategy here, and I wonder if that's what's causing them to come in. There's still laps down from our leader.
I want to quickly come back to that Heusenwald number 248 car and extend a little bit on that story that Ryan talked there about. And it's actually interesting. Christian Frank is now in that car, so he did take over from Jan Sienkowski. And they also decided to take tires with that pit stop. And they're actually the only car inside the top 10 to have taken tires. Everyone else, the other 9 cars, did not take tires. So that means that's about a 20-second longer stop for them than their opposition. The only 2 other cars to take tires, the other 3 cars to take tires, so the Speedtech Simsport 239, the Element Sim Racing Water, and the Absolute Unit of Energy Racing. So it is going to be very interesting how Christian Frank is able to close in the gap on those 5 cars ahead of him, because he really has to make those tires work quite well right now.
Steph, it's been a long time. It feels like for just a month. Didn't we see the 248 employ a similar strategy at Laguna Seca with tires, I want to say, where they got fresh ones and then barged their way through the field? I feel like we've seen this.
Yeah, that was the case with that race, and you know, it did work very well for them until they had a very interesting penalty, to say the least, come their way. And that is why they didn't win that race. But I'm pretty sure that they very much know what they're doing, because if I remember correctly, they did pretty much do that also in Belle Isle and Watkins Glen.
Well, they seem to like the strategy, and I mean, it's not doing too badly for them so far. Not Laguna Seca notwithstanding. So we can see them being overtaken by Nosing. How about Nosing, though? The PCDC Xenon car qualified 7th, so a little bit towards the back half of the mid-pack, but they're up to 4th right now. So this has been a good race for that LMP1, number 54, having gotten themselves into the top 5 and potentially could get up to a podium. They're about 8 seconds behind Rote in the SKS Tribute number 3, so they got some work to do. It's certainly not impossible. Sounds like the GTE cars getting a little bit of a battle in the mid-pack there. Samba Racing is getting some pressure from the number 278, the Virtual Motorsports. Dieterin still in that car. And in fact,
also, sorry, Joe.
3-car. Yeah, I was just going to say, I think I saw what you saw. There's a 3-car fight. That's Casper Valentin in there, too.
Absolutely. That's a fantastic battle going on between these 3 cars. Casper stayed in the car from the looks of it. They're currently in P9, so we've still got a 3-car battle going on for P6. And it's spread out at the front, but in the mid pack it's still real. I thought the Virtual Motorsport car with the Dieterin was going to go into the back of Yamos. Sorry, I was getting mixed up there, but still close racing going on in the GT Pro Class, Joe.
Great stuff here. Now, how aggressive does Roy want to be? In fact, he's going to take a little bit of a peek, but gets back to the racing line.
Oh, too aggressive for Roy Dieterin as he goes off track. What a slide, what a catch. Casper Valentin says, thank you very much. I'm going to go through.
And you could see Dieterin almost tried to cover it off at the last second, but then Casper was already next to him. So, pull out of that defensive move. Great heads up from Casper. That's going to net him 8th place in his class. And let's see if he can catch up to Nacho now.
Oh, I will say that was basically like taking candy from a baby watching Casper do that move. Casper took the chance and he took the position, and that was a good piece of opportunistic drive.
Certainly great stuff. We've seen some more information being entered into our... we got a 3rd penalty for today. The number 261 is being given a stop and go. That is a 60-second stop and go. So that's in the GT Pro class. And, that's Casper Valentine, the one who just took the position. So, well, that good work is unfortunately going to go by the wayside now.
That was unfortunate for Casper. He was having a great race and he was closing up to the back of Janos in front of him, but he tries to go for a move there again, but decides to back out of it. So unfortunate for Casper, but that's just part of endurance racing. You get penalties and bad luck, and that's just the way it goes.
I wonder if let's see, how long ago was his last stop? 13 laps. Yeah, that's still going to be horribly off strategy for him. So I'm not sure how they're going to be able to manage that. Maybe hope for a caution or something to bring them back into the mix, as he really has some speed, because he's caught up to Nacho very quickly here. They're going to have some friends. We were riding on board with Nacho. You could see Erling Bomer for the Vikings Fenris LMP2 was catching up to them. And that should be able to be easily by the time they get down to Stowe. Fortunately, not going to be able to have a chance, even though he looks to the inside up into Stowe corner. David Warner now goes by. Sounds like one of our kinetic drivers, Stefan Overgaard, pitting, I'm hearing.
Yep, pitting from 3rd place in class. He's taking towers, but it does seem to me that he is off strategy. Now, I'm not sure if he was one of the guys that did pit under that full course yellow. So, yeah, either they switch strategies or they are off strategy because of that full course yellow.
Yeah, still, if you're just joining us, still have only had 1 caution so far. So 2.5 hours left in this race.
I'm sorry, Julian Bell with a major mistake. That is your 9th place GTE car. He sideswipes very heavily the Fisher Motorsport car of Mark W. McCormack. That is worth a replay. All happening through farm.
Yeah, that was for position. I don't think that's going to sit well with the stewards. Yeah, I don't know about you, Steph, but I think that one's an easy call from looking at it there, because Bell had no control heading in there.
Yeah, with that incident, those 60 seconds stop and go are on discount for Julian Bell.
We'll wait for the official word on that one, but I have a hard time saying that one is going to go the way of the Graphite Racing team. There you can see McCormick at least able to keep running, but how damaged is that car? Because that was a pretty hefty slam. You can see on the right side of the Porsche where he got hit.
Yeah, I'm just watching McCormack. He's got a bit of a... It doesn't... From where I'm looking anyway, it doesn't look too bad, but he's got some major damage on the side of his car where he got sideswiped. So, yeah, that was a bit of an over-optimistic move by Julian Bell in my mind.
Mark Torres in his BMW. So where is that going to put him? I'm trying to find him on my timing and scoring here.
Torres did take towers. He's now in 10th place in the GT Pro class. So these guys, I don't know. I'm right now a little bit confused why they are already pitting.
And they took
Technically, they
tires.
are a few laps early.
Well, maybe trying to cover off in case we get a caution. Figuring they could get themselves some track position here.
And
back
right
out as we
behind
watch-
him, right behind Mark Torres, he actually came out in front of the battle for 5th place in the GTM class between John Haynes and Marcus Niskanen. They were side by side through Farm and the Loop.
Here's interesting. We're still watching Casper Valentin, who has yet to take his penalty, fighting with Yarnos. I wonder if they're appealing to the stewards currently. Trying to think how many laps has it been since he got that penalty, because they only have so much time they're allowed before they have to serve it. And he's still been attacking Yarnos, been applying a lot of pressure there as Nicholas Helm is third in that LMP2 class, going to split them. Still doesn't come in, so they must be appealing at this point. Gets awful close to the back of Yarnos coming into Vale, but nothing doing there as we were watching from the view of Nicholas Helm as we leave them behind. Gonna have more traffic now. LMP1 cars interrupting things. That's Reykjavik. A little bit of a look inside on Yarnos from Valentin down into the loop. I almost feel like here, Ryan, if I was on the box for Yarnos at this point, I tell him to not fight too hard if Valentin gets a run, because if they've got a penalty, I mean, and here we go right here. He's got to the inside, but that's only into Brooklyn's, and it's not going to work out. But I mean, why take the risk at this point if it's likely that Valentin's going to be sent in for a penalty?
Yeah, just watching Valentin as well. He's not happy. He's flashing the lights at Yarnos, but to bring you back. I thought Casper was going to dive in there. Yeah, if I was Yarnos, I wouldn't fight it. Just let Casper go. He's got a penalty. There's no point fighting him and losing too much time. But it looks like Torque Freak Racing maggots might have tried to appeal it and have been unsuccessful, judging by the chat. Casper's got a 60-second stop and hold, I believe, for avoidable contact. But yeah, just let him go. There's no point fighting him. That's what. If I was Yarnos, just let him go and just do your own race. Just do what you're doing already.
He's going to look to the inside once more, and he doesn't defend. I think it looks like he has heard our advice, or someone's gotten in his ear, because he's going to let him through, especially because they've got Roy Dearden just behind them in the virtual motorsports car, and he's going to actually get a leg in down into Vale. And this is what I was worried about, as he almost gives a shove to the behind of Yarnos, as he doesn't want to get too much into a fight with Valentin, because if they give too much of a chance to Dearden, then of course he could try and take a spot away.
As meanwhile that was going on, Gianluca Matteo did drive into pit lane, and he has stepped out of the car with Aiden Resnes now taking the wheel of the PCDC Motorsports Argon Elite LMP1 car, as they have now exited pit lane once again.
Yep, so that returns them in third place. So they didn't even lose a lot of track position in that. Ribolo also going to be taking over. Looks like Domino gets into the car of Xenon. So starting to see the second official stops. Looking through, and sounds like second place in GT Pro is really heating up. In fact, that is separated by about a car length and a half here.
Just looking as well, it looks like Frank's got a run on Valverde in front of him, but he can't make a move. But these new tyres for Christian Frank after that driver swap, it seem to be paying off at the moment, unlike the Connected Racing Surge car in front of him is on old tyres. So I think it's only a matter of time before Frank makes a move and starts to pull away as the P2 car in front gets a bit sideways.
Yeah, the bad news for Christian is that it's about 25 seconds after he passes Valverde to get to Viberg, who's leading right now in that GT Pro class. Don't need to go to it, but Piazza pits for the Old Dogs team as well. Continues to try and stay right behind Valverde. He's been quick enough to catch him. Now can he pass? They've got no pressure from behind, and in fact, no traffic from behind for a little bit here. So it's just these two pretty much on their lonesome out on track. You can see there is nobody around. Very rare and treasured thing here in DGFX if you can get a space without traffic.
As we, just getting news, so, and that it looks like Torque Feet Racing Maggots didn't appeal that decision. So, yeah, I'm not sure what Casper was getting frustrated about if they didn't appeal it. It's I know it's frustrating to say, but you've just got to take that decision on the chin, unfortunately. And also, I have to give a shout out during the race so far in GT Pro that the 24th Fisher Motorsport car is having a good race at the moment, I should say, doing well in P4.
Well, I'd say as we check on the battle here for third in the LMP1s, this is between Refness and Valstrom. Valstrom, of course, trying to come back after taking tires. We were right about the 292. That's Julian Bell. It definitely got a stop and go, 60 seconds stop and go for the contact that we saw made down into the loop.
One battle that is really close is that battle for the LMP2. The LMP2 lead right now between Daniel Croft and Marcel Tai. Actually, Daniel Croft did get held up by David Warner a little bit, as he was nearly having a running together with him through Vale, which brought Marcel Tai back into the picture of this LMP2 fight. And Marcel Tai now looking to finally overtake Daniel Croft for that first place.
Let's stay with this, but I can tell you that Valentin has taken the car in for his penalty. Down into Cops, as Marcel Tai has been spying the back of Daniel Croft for some laps now, but has yet to overtake him. And they've been out on track for a little bit at this point. They're not due for pit stops quite yet. I almost wonder here, Steph, if maybe the Team Hoisingfeld guys should start looking at what their fuel mileage could be like, if they could maybe pull a little bit of an early stop and get some clean air and get by Kraft that way?
It's not wise to do that, because you would always lengthen your last stint with an early pit stop, because you're not doing a full 1 hour stint in these LMP2 cars. So yeah, any lap that you can stay out longer is worth it. Right now, Marcel Tai looks to be fuel saving behind Daniel Croft, so that also obviously is an option to make it a little bit easier to get past that first place car.
And that lap traffic unfortunately held him up. But that's splitting up. We haven't checked in on GTM in a bit, and it sounds like second place is getting close. This is Hayne and James that are trying to sort out the bottom two steps of the podium.
Ryan James has managed to close that gap down really quickly to P2 and GT the TSB Racing Ripon moved car with Florian Hornet at the wheel, I should say. And yeah, a good battle between these two at the moment. And Ryan James, I recognise from racing a league series ages ago. He's a pretty decent driver, and he's been lapping consistently for quite a few laps and managed to close his gap down. So yeah, it's maybe a battle to keep an eye on.
It's good stuff right now as they come to the end of the lap, as James has got to deal with the traffic coming through. Is Shukowski? Oh no, he's going to take the apex away, and that is going to slow up that GTM car considerably. Ryan James, who was within attacking distance, is no longer. Florian Hayne gets the nicer bit of that traffic for now. Meanwhile, as that was happening, I was also keeping half an eye on 5th place in GT Pro. Yarnos, who has now left behind Valentine since he served his penalty, unfortunately still has problems. Roy Dieterich is not letting them go. He's in 6th place and applying a lot of pressure to that BMW. They come through the Maggots-Beckett sequence. That's Haynes in front of them. That's a GT-AM car, so that's not for position. Right on board with Roy, and oh, this is going to look good. He's got a very good run, and he's going to get the slipstream. They both go off to the right side of that GT-AM car. That means that already Yarno's having a little bit of a defensive line, but he comes back to the racing line, feels safe, and he holds off that Virtual Motorsports machine for now.
Yeah, the traffic was good and bad news for Roy there. First, good news because Nacho really had a bad run out of Chapel there, but also meant that Nacho was naturally already on the defensive line, and thus Roy decided to save a little bit of fuel and step off the throttle at the end of that hangar straight.
Stays with him. This is one of our best battles on the track here, and this is for 5th place within the GT Pros. Dieterich looking a little bit more tidy down into the technical infield portion of this lap. They're going to be joined by Elvis Manello in the LMP2 here momentarily. Oh, and another good run onto the straight here from Roy. Gets back into the slipstream once again. We've seen a little bit of alternate lines from some cars, and he's going to duck to the inside down into Brooklands. But he's going to be on the outside as they hit Luffield, as they get joined by one of the LMP1 cars who doesn't pester them. Still staying wheel to wheel, though. Yarnos managing to hold onto it, but just barely over Dieterich. And that is Bonello, who I was mentioning before. He decides he doesn't want any of this. He lifts out of it on the old support pit. Straight over under there for Dieterich. Almost making contact as they come up to Maggots and Beckett's. They're not done yet. Gives them space into these corners. And it's hard to get through here too wide. Just barely shuts the door in time. An aggressive move, but one that pays off for the 278.
Roy even had to have a lot of skill there because he had to slide through Maggots. So while being Sampas up with Nacho, he was able to somehow get past Nacho and save that drift at the same time. So great stuff by Roy Dieterich to finally get that 5th place away from Nacho Yarnos.
Wow, hats off to both those guys. Very clever driving from Roy to set that up, but they both gave each other space when they needed. And boy, that came just in time. Look at the traffic now here, Ryan. They are getting swamped.
That was fantastic racing, and that was a fantastic move by Roy as well. And yeah, I know what you're talking about, Joe. Look at the traffic. There's everywhere. There's nothing that Roy can do. He's just got to stick to his line and just hope for the best. But that was a fantastic move. Great hard racing between the both of them, and massive respect given as well.
And that traffic is actually going to give him a little bit of a gap, so that'll be helpful there for Roy now to allow him to try and run away from Nacho. He's been working on that for, gosh, about half this race now at this point. So I'm sure he'll appreciate the opportunity. We've had a few more drivers pitting recently. Satellite Racing has brought their car in, and Patrick Pelchat has since taken over the 54. They've moved up to 5th place. They qualified 8th, so they're doing similar to what we've seen from the Xenon team. Oh, and what's happened here? This is Nick's Domino. So I'm going to try and figure out what happened here to the PCDC Xenon car. Well, I spoke too soon. They've, this happened on lap 53 for them. Oh, they just had some bad luck. Niskanen for Usagi Racing. That was one of our front runners for GTM. They spun in front of him, had to T-bone the car. This was in the Maggots-Beckett sequence. I'm not sure that we'll be able to get the replay on it, but the 333 heavily involved, and you could see what happened with the 54 missing a nose. So they've been in for about 5 minutes. That is an absolute shame for both teams.
Yeah, the worst thing about that incident for Niklas is blindsided by that spinning R8 in front of him, because he had also the Ferrari 488 of Ludwig Gemmer in this Element Sim Racing Water outfit. Right in front of him, he ducked to the right side of that out of Chapel, and then all of a sudden had a windscreen full of Audi R8 ahead of him.
So as things continue on, the LMP2 lead finds itself heating up once again. Daniel Kraft, who's been keeping Marcel Ty behind, has been doing a good job with it. The 101, though he caught him quickly, has just been stuck here in second place. Maybe waiting for an opportunity at some point.
Yeah, it's the story that continues for Marcel Ty. He is the faster car, but because he's a little bit more careful through the traffic than Daniel Kraft, he always loses a little bit time there, and also he just seems to get the traffic at the worst possible spots, into cops, into Stowe, where he can't overtake them and has to stick behind them.
Interesting. We've got a 5th penalty now, and this is for the 220 or 270. Ooh, this is not good, because this is João Valverde and the Kinetic Racing Surge. They're going to have to serve a stop and go, another 60-second stop and go. And they haven't come in yet. So they're currently second place, trying to chase down Hill Racers Heresy. This will hurt quite a bit for this Kinetic team, as that's going to send them down the field.
They were having a great run in GT Pro, but yeah, I'm not sure what happened to get a penalty. But I'll try and have a look through the race control sheet. But yeah, it might have been something to do with pit entry or pit X.
I can actually tell you, I'm just looking at that replay, and João Valverde was getting led by Carsten Thiel of the Real Pixel Motorsports LMP2 car, and João Valverde, this is all going into Vale, the LMP2 on the right side of João Valverde, and Valverde just forgets that he is there, goes over into the line of the LMP2 car, and yeah, sideswipes that LMP2 car, who nearly then runs into Dawson Brock, nearly collecting him there too. So very lucky incident for all of them involved. Nobody did get any damage, but obviously a lot of time lost for Carsten Thiel back then in 12th position. And actually, now I also know how Team Heusenwald 248 lost a lot of time there a few laps ago, because Christian Frank actually had no way of avoiding that Real Pixel Motorsports LMP2 car and T-boned that poor LMP2 car, which also explains now why he lost about 10 seconds in that one lap.
That team's been a bit snake bit the last couple races. Sounds like we've got Baird replacing Helm in that team. That is one of our front runners up in the LMP2s. Nicholas Helm getting out to take a break. Getting close to the 2-hour mark. They'll be halfway for this race. So honestly, though, we have been seeing quite a bit of action. I have to say, Steph, that I'm relatively impressed that we've only had 5 penalties so far. So I'd say that this has been pretty good, honestly, in terms of incidents that have been investigated by the stewards.
Well, yeah, I don't know. DGFX in at least this season, it was always very clean. If we just compare that to last season's Nürburgring 10 hours, for example, where these guys were really starting to run out of lines on their spreadsheet for the penalties. We have seen a very big improvement in the racing standards of DGFX. That probably is also quite an account to how much harsher the penalties got over the auto break these guys had. So, yeah, I don't know. Everything together, I think, except for the very first race this season, we had only like 3 or 4 full course yellows in those 3 races.
Yeah, certainly not as many as we feared in some cases. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead getting ever closer. It's down to 0.3 of a second here in the LMP2s. That is Marcel Ty once again chasing Kraft. They come up to Cops here. This is closest we've seen him in a bit, and they're all by themselves. They're coming up to Erling Balmer, who is in the Team Vikings Fenris LMP2, so they won't catch him terribly quickly to lap him. Down through Maggots and Beckett's. Oh, but a horrible exit. Look at that from Marcel Ty. Lost a lot of time through that sequence.
Yeah, it seems like that Marcel Ty is having less downforce on his car than Daniel Croft, but everything that Ty lost there down through Chapel, he actually gained back down Hanger Straight again. As
Sorry, Kraft just pitted.
Pit lane.
Sorry, that changes the complexion of everything. So Kraft is the first one to blank here with about 6 minutes to the hour. And that frees up Marcel Ty. Oh, did Marcel Ty just have contact? Yes, Marcel Ty just had contact, so it's all kicking off. If he didn't have contact, it was extremely close. And that was with Roy Dieterin. Sorry to butt in so much here, Steph, but
I don't know.
Watch this.
This is once again one of those situations where, as an LMP2, you are having to take those risks. Marcel Ty does take that risk. Roy Dieterin decides, I am a GT Pro car. I do have the line of right because I am not side by side with anyone. And just takes that racing line like he is obviously allowed to take, but this Ty decides to go in there. They make contact, and as we have seen a few times now with the Sears, they are going to penalize Marcel Ty there, I'm pretty sure, with a 60-second stopping up penalty.
We'll see. It looks like a no harm, no foul situation to me. I'd be shocked if they penalized him, because I'm not even sure they actually made contact. It was close, but I think he ducked out of the way. Bonello, in the meantime, is pitting, and looks like one of the Hell Racers team has also stopped, checking to see which one that is. It's Bonello. Yep, Bonello's going to swap out. So that looks like Pancaldi getting in that LMP2 car. Well, it was submitted to the stewards, it looks like. I'm seeing here, Steph. So you were right. They're at least having it investigated. That the 101, which was Ty, and then the 278, which was Dieterin, are being looked at by the stewards. I love the phrasing on this. Had to take avoiding action not to be destroyed in turn 1.
As Dawson Brock comes into pit lane from second place. So Dawson, I think he was pretty much in no man's land anyway before this. So let's see where he comes out in regard to the CQR Club car. As the CQR Club car is already well past the loop. So Talk Freak Racing Corkscrew comes out in fourth place behind World of Sim Racing team. Who are still very much of strategy to everyone else.
It looks like, though, we got a nice little battle brewing for fourth just outside the podium here, Ryan, in the GT AM class.
Real Pixel Motorsport and World of Sim Racing team currently going at it for what says at the moment anyway, the final step on the podium. So I think we should be expecting these two teams in the pits within the next few laps possibly, or quite soon at least.
So we ride on board with Veed, who's recovered a little bit from his earlier woes. That's Garcia, who led briefly in this class, who just sits behind him. Remember, Veed is fighting for the championship in GTM. That's the real Pixel number 312 car, leading by only 2 points. It's with the 305, which right now is ahead of him, Florian Haynes. So this is not good news. They really need to get on it.
And guys, something very interesting in that LMP2 class is that Team Heusenfeld has now decided to pit, and they have also switched drivers. Ronnie Fantini now in the cockpit of the number 101 car, which will retire the lead to the CQR Club car because they are also taking tires.
Yeah, so that's switch. Oh, and the CQR Club car now is one that nearly made contact. And this was with Jonas Bowden for Hellraiser's Heresy. We're going to look at the replay. It was down into the loop. They saw a gap that Nicholas Domino in the PCDC Xenon car had made. Thought, I could make that too. And just barely did so. Boy, Bowden had to suddenly give way at the apex there. Ooh, and it looks like Jimbo Pfeiffer is in the car for the 161. That's the dirt machine. We haven't really seen much of since qualifying. World of Sim Racing and LMP2. There's Jimbo Pfeiffer on screen. Has been promoted to second, but they still need to take their pit stop. In fact, I think they're going to be taking that pretty soon here, because they're about 24 laps in. And that should hand second back to Dawson Brock. Still haven't figured out what caused the 151 to pit as early as they did.
And guys, Carlos Hernandez Garcia still very close in behind Jan Philipp Wied for the third place in the GTM class. Right now they're making their ways through Nuggets, Beckett and Chapel. So let's see if Carlos can make a better run through Chapel. Seems like right now also might get a little bit of a help by the LMP2 that's going to lap them. There also comes the SKS Tribute car going past. So 3 classes side by side there for him.
Yeah, Garcia not quite close enough as they come up the hangar straight into Stowe. What a race this has been for Veed. A lot of ups and downs. Jean-Philippe is going to elect to pit now, though. This is essentially where we should see the rest of the LMP2s and some of the GTM cars finally take their second stop. But we've already seen the LMP1s pit quite a while ago. So they are all done with they're about in the middle of their stint. Just past the halfway point. We take a look at the battle for fourth now in those LMP1s. This is Sim Racing Fire with Tobias Gruber in the car. And we talked about it earlier. Satellite Racing with a good run in this race has gotten up to fifth, is looking at potentially fourth, and Pelchat has since taken over for Lumiere.
Well, Joe, I nearly said it, and it really did put in. Ronnie Fantini, the number 101 of Team Heusenfeld, did get a penalty, but it's not a 60-second penalty. It is just a 20-second penalty for the number 101 outfit.
Huh. Well then, that wasn't as harsh, but still surprised that they decided to hand that down for them. So they are really, really watching today. Drivers have got to be on their absolute best behavior out on track. You can see Fantini is in the car for Heusenfeld. Ryan was watching the pit stop for Real Pixel to try and keep up to date on that. What happened in that stop?
Full service for Real Pixel Motorsport. Jan Philipp out and Matthias Baumler in. So yeah, it looks like Matthias will be taking this car to the finish in the Real Pixel Motorsport car in GTM.
Meanwhile, keeping an eye on the number 64, still chasing the number 71, who we saw a little bit earlier. Satellite Racing. Oh, and he's getting close. Oh, excuse me. No, that's a different yellow car. That's Jimbo Pfeiffer in the LMP2 class. Gruber's still up ahead. Oh, but Gruber just made a mistake coming off of the loop. Got a little wobbly there, and he's now very slow down the Wellington straight. Pelchat's got to run. He's going to duck to the inside, but he runs out of straightaway. Still, this puts a lot of pressure now on Tobias Gruber. In fact, he doesn't have the energy in that battery. Look at how easily he gets by as Pelchat bumps himself up to fourth. So that was nicely done there by the number 64. So now I've gained 4 spots since the grid, 2 hours into this race. I guess if they can do another 4, Steph, in the next 2 hours, then they've got the win, right?
Sure. yeah, they, I mean, on paper, yes, but on track, they are, let's see, a minute 16 behind first place. So, yeah, you gotta really find some, like, 3-4 extra batteries worth of energy recovery system to be able to get back there.
Yeah, on screen, just saw a swap for position. That was Jonathan Dance managing to take 6th away in LMP2. That was from German Sim Racing, Julian Ogen in there, who unfortunately was not able to protect it. They're still close. In fact, they're sandwiched now behind John Haynes. And are we going to go 4 wide? Yes, we are down the front stretch. Everybody manages to get through, and no change of position among any of them as Dance keeps Ogen behind. I'm glad that worked out. At least they had it on this front stretch. Checking to see if we're still waiting on anybody to take their second stop. And I do believe just a couple of the GT cars. Looks like Fisher Motorsports McCormick needs to come in. Our leader in the GT Am, that's Ryan James for S-Rock. And then we're waiting on John Haynes as well, who we just saw there, also in GT Am. So just a few more. Do see some of our LMP2s taking a second stop. Looks like we got a driver change in the world of sim racing who finally comes in. That's going to be Benetti, who takes over for Estefania. Where will they come out, though? Fantini pits with them. Dance is the next one back. So actually, the World Sim Racing is not doing too bad. They're going to come back out in either 4th or 5th position. Ooh, the battle for 3rd here. Stefan Overgaard in GT Pro. He's got Jonas Bowden right behind him. Now, if I'm not mistaken, was Bowden farther down the field earlier? He took over for Viberg. It's awful close to the rear wing, though, as they now come out through Woodcote onto the support pit straight. Bowden's got a nice little run. He's going to look to the inside. Overgaard doesn't defend, doesn't need to. He's deeper down into Copse. Is it too deep, though? Looks like he gets a bad exit. The Hell Racers Ferrari's got to run, and he's going to look to the outside on the entry into Maggots and Beckett's, but decides better of it.
Yeah, this battle shouldn't take all too long in favor for Bodin, because he has 12 laps fresher tires on his Ferrari versus the ones on the BMW. So expect Bodin to go past Overgaard in just a matter of a few turns, maybe even just a lap.
Leader pits from the GT Pro class. It's Ben Fisher. And he's actually going to get out of the car as well. He's been driving it since the start.
Bodin into the inside and is past Stefan Overgaard.
We saw that on screen. This will be important because that 284 pitting is now being passed. That moves the Hellracers Heresy up to second place, and that is on strategy with the leader, Mark Torres, but they've got about 13 seconds to make up to that number 280. That should be everyone, because it looks like Pascal Thies has also pitted. And I'm seeing the rest of our GTM cars have come in. Let's give you an up-to-date order for each of our classes then before we take a break here. Heading up to our leader over in the LMP1s, it is Magnus Wallström and Hellraiser's Gluttony. That must have been because of tires, I'm assuming, there for PCDC. Who just went by an accident on track. Adrian Refnes, who has taken over for that car, is probably happy to be away from that. About 10 seconds splitting themselves and our leader Wallström there you see on screen. PCDC now running in second, who has run first for much of this race. There you see PCDC on screen. Back in third, SKS Tribute is currently running well behind, 43 seconds behind. And they, of course, have a gap back to fourth as well. Satellite Racing, who has climbed up to that P4, have got a ways to go. Pelchat has since hopped into that car, but has disposed recently of fifth place. Tobias Gruber, Element Sim Racing Fire, who began in ninth place, so similarly up 4 positions since the start of things. The number 71, Gruber racing away. Takes us to the LMP2 top 5. Steph, how's that looking?
Well, it's still led by Daniel Croft of the CQR Club HPD, but he was getting challenged quite a bit by the Top Freak Racing Corkscrew car that has now dropped off once again. Obviously that was the 101 of Team Heusenfeld, but because of their 20-second stop and go penalty, they dropped off quite a bit. Second place now is the Top Freak Racing Corkscrew car, piloted by Dawson Brooks. They are making good gains as well. Nomad Sim Racing HPD, they're still on that somewhat of a recovery drive for them. Right now sitting in third place, have started in second place, so yeah, only 1 position lost right now. Team Heusenfeld, number 101, after their penalty, they're sitting now in fourth place. Most definitely looking like one of the fastest cars out there, but I don't know how much they can gain back position-wise on the others. In fifth place and last in the top 5s, it's still the Strategy World of Sim Racing team, and one has to say that it is working quite nicely for these guys, and if they do get focus yellow at the right time for them, they most definitely will be back in that first place in just a matter of a lap.
And in the GT Pro class, it's currently led by Kinetic Racing Velocity with Mark Torres at the wheel. Second place is Hellracers with Jonas Boden in second. Third place is Kinetic Racing with Stefan Overgaard. Fourth place is Samba Racing Team with Baz Rovanko in fourth. Fifth place is Speed Tech Simsport with John D. Miller. And that's the top positions, or top 5 positions, I should say, in the GT Pro class.
Once we get to the GTM, it is Carlos Hernandez Garcia leading the way. And he has been up at the front here and there, but the strategy, of course, has swapped it around at times. Bryce Watson has hopped into the Terbium racing car. He is in second, but a long ways back from Garcia, 40 seconds behind. Both of them are on 2 stops right now, so that is legitimate. Lee Norris is the one who rounds out the podium from there, but again, 32 seconds behind for S-Rock Racing, excuse me. And TSB Racing Ripen Move has got themselves into fourth. The 305 is going to gain some points in the championship. Till Norwig taking over for Florian Hain there. John Haynes in the SpeedTech SimSport is currently in 5th position. Remember, before we saw our championship leader in those top 5, but currently not there, unfortunately. But that rounds out your top 5 for the GTM and takes us to a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We'll come back with more racing here at Silverstone. We're into the second half of round 5 of the DGFX series. 5 in the DGFX series, and the sun is now pretty firmly up in the sky. It's 9 a.m. virtual standard time here in England, and Adrian Refnez is your leader in the PCDC Motorsports Argon up in that LMP1 class. Did have a stop while we were gone. It looks like David Bearclaw has hopped in the Torque Freak Racing corkscrew machine. So that sends them back down into the thick of the pack. And I think one of our LMP1s also coming in. SKS Tribute has Julian Ribelow in. And he took over Samuel Rote. And I do believe he's going to be staying in the car. I do not see him making motions to get out of it at the moment. Things are really settling into a rhythm out on track, though we've had lots of good battles going on. It's suddenly found itself really kind of settling into drivers getting where their position probably merits. Just trying to rifle the laps off here, Ryan, and try to get to the end safely. I guess this is the point where if you feel comfortable, now's the time where you push the car a little bit more. As we watch Danilo Piazza take the Old Dogs racing car in. So Piazza, who unfortunately had a penalty earlier on, finds himself going from fighting for a potential win to just trying to get himself back onto the podium. Going over to the GT Pros, we've also got Damien DeVoe, but we haven't really talked about a whole lot. The Hexa Racing Team Purple car is being chased by Niels Hundhedge. That's Element Sim Racing Water in the 271. They got split up here by some lap traffic. In fact, a lot of prototypes coming through. You can see just how costly that can wind up being. There's about a second between them, and it's gone up to a second and a half just in that one moment. Steph, I'm a little bit surprised, though, because even though that's a lot of flat curbs around here in many places, there's some relatively tall ones in a few spots. And especially I look over at the Club and Vale area, those final few turns, there's some nasty, nasty curbs. But I don't think we've really seen a whole lot of drivers find themselves climbing it and spinning the car over them.
Quite honestly, I've seen a few GTEs to already do that over those tall sausage curbs. We just have never seen it on screen on the broadcast. So yeah, a few drivers are making those mistakes, but I was in like the first 1.5 max hours of this race, so everyone is getting once again accustomed to how high those curbs are and how much they're gonna throw you off if you happen to accidentally look at them a little bit harshly. So yeah, I don't know, it is a little bit of a weird scenario. You have to have them for the Formula 1 cars because those flat curbs are for the MotoGP series. So it is a little bit of a downfall, a little bit of a weird balancing act these track designers or track owners have to make if you have both Formula 1 cars and MotoGP bikes on your circuit.
While we ride on board with Jonathan Dance, he gets very close to the back of Benetti. World of Sim Racing driver has hopped in for Estefania and has continued on in this fourth place. What looked like they were going to put themselves out of position and well behind have used their alternate pit strategy to great effect so far. Granted, Dance looks like he might be able to overtake soon because he's been applying quite a bit of pressure. He gets up behind him along the support pits, but isn't close enough to attempt anything into Kopp, so he falls back just a few car lengths. Coming down through the Maggots-Beckett sequence. Dan's trying to regain all that track position that he lost there, trying to get closer to the back of him. Haven't seen any new penalties since we last reported on that 20-second stop and go for the 101. Speaking of which, well, that's Fantini. Have they served that yet? Are they actually in third even with that penalty?
They have served already that penalty. So that's why they are now down here in third place, just ahead of Benedi and Dance.
So even with a penalty, they're not looking too shabby. Podium still possible. Granted, they're close to this fight that we're watching on screen, nearly getting into one another. Dance and Benetti obviously getting a little bit more aggressive down through the infield section, and this is looking like a good run for Dance. Coming down the Wellington straight, he's going to look to the inside as he uses the slipstream for that launch. He's got a nose in coming into Brooklands. Can he seal the deal, though? No, not quite. Looks like he's going to be held off by Benetti for the moment. Understand that Tobias Gruber's pitting in the number 71. So that'll send him behind a few of the other drivers. Actually, Willits, though. Looking, oh yeah, Ricardo Schiavon, who's back in the old Dogs car, is well behind Gruber. So he won't be able to overtake the 71 here in this stop. Gruber's back off the jacks, took tires, ready to go. Tobias back on course, running in 5th place, but ways behind Ribolo. The SKS Tribute car up to 4th after that stop from the Sim Racing Fire LMP1. And I think we had a change for 9th up in GT Pro. DeVoe and Hundhedge in a nice little fight. I think that went in favor of Hundhedge. Let's take a look at the replay on that one. That was Hundhedge making the overtake. And that was as they were being lapped by some LMP1 or LMP2 cars, rather. In fact, that almost looks like it kind of kicked it off a little. Managed to get himself the inside down into Vale. And once he had that, there was no looking back. He's already leaving DeVoe behind now that he's cracked into the top 10. Big development up at the front of the LMP2s. CQR Club, our leader for much of this race, has pitted. Kraft, who has been in the car the whole way, has hopped out. They've now got David Baker in.
And right now, Benedi is trying to overtake Fantini for the 3rd place in the LMP2 class, and is actually able to do it through Stowe. So he is now in 3rd place, but he's still getting attacked by Fantini going into Vale there side by side through the left-hander, now through the right-hander. Fantini nearly able to get back. Now they're also going through the right-hander of Club side by side. And finally Fantini gets back up ahead of Carlos Benedi.
Both of them squirming on the power to try and get it out of Club. And that was the LMP1 of Rendo and the Torque Freak Sunset that just went by them. So Fantini moves himself up into 3rd with that move. Benetti also had Jonathan Dance now back there. So let's see how these three settle it out as they fly down the Wellington straight. A little bit of a look from Benetti, but he wasn't close enough for a serious attempt. They're going to have some lap traffic here. That's Relay from the World of Sim Racing Junior. Not going to interrupt them, although it will slow up Benetti just a little bit. Dance gets a run. It's very fast through Cops. Neither of them are willing to go side by side for now.
Also true, I wouldn't be surprised if we're soon going to see the first incident limit breaches come through from race control, as a lot of these guys are quite lenient with how they take the exit curb at Cops Corner.
I was noticing that too. That seems to be one of the trouble zones for a lot of them. Looking through the field with the single caution that we've had, drivers really haven't had much opportunity to try and regain lost time if they've had penalties, spins, or whatnot. Pelchat, though, has been making that time up to 64, with the satellite racing car is down on pit lane, taking his third scheduled stop. Wow, that was close on board here, though. I think that was, we were with Dance. That was an LMP1 car just barely getting by. And that was actually, yeah, that was Shiavon that we saw in that white LMP1.
Yeah, I'm just looking throughout the field in GT Pro as well, and yeah, GT Pro and GT Arm, it's pretty much spread out at the moment, so, and it's settled down, so nothing to report here. But yeah, it's been a good race for, well, if there was a team that I was electing for the team of the race, if there was an award, I would probably say that the Fisher Motorsport car in P4 and GT Pro is probably my team of the race. They've just been keeping out of trouble and having a quiet race and just been going about the business, and it's good to see them having a good run up in P4.
And you know, it's funny, Ryan, just like on our overlay here, our timing and scoring has color coding for the classes. This is the tidiest I've ever seen any DGFX race after 2.5 hours of racing, because even the DNFs have both been GTM. So the huge ass racing car and the Team Vikings mid car, there are only two drivers or teams who have left this race. The only car that's out of position is Nicholas Domino. He's an LMP1 stuck down amongst the LMP2s. Otherwise, all classes are amongst each other.
Considering it's a DGFX race as well, I don't mean it in a bad way, in case anyone from DGFX is watching, but it's probably the driving standards have been pretty good today, and fair play to everyone. They've kept their nose clean. There's been some little incidents or silly incidents, but yeah, it's not been majorly bad or anything. So I think it's a good sign that the driving standards from last season have been a lot more tidy or a lot more consistent, put it that way.
Yeah, and it's the penultimate round, so drivers have started to get a chance to really get used to one another, I feel, by this point. So I wonder if that helps as well, that they know what to expect, who has what driving style, who can attack, who can you really get close to. See more of them coming down the Wellington Straight. Garrison currently in that car for the number 278. That's the Virtual Motorsport team, having taken it over for Dieterin. It's a nice little fight, having to hold off Matthias Magnussen, who is riding behind him in the BMW. They work their way through the Maggots-Beckett sequence. They're joined by Nicholas Domino. Domino going to let them go nice and easily. One thing we should point out too is that the rules sort of shift slightly once we get to the final half hour. Again, if you're a new viewer and aren't aware that they have cautions in this series, they have full course cautions, and they also do not throw them in the final 30 minutes. So we essentially only have 1 more hour in which we could see a second caution in this race.
Also, with no cautions in the closing stages of the race, it throws the strategy up in the air. So the teams try and go as long as possible and stretch the fuel out, or try and pit on the hour, and maybe try and save a pit stop, or try and undercut whatever cars are battling in front of them. It's going to be interesting in the closing stages.
So hop back on board with Dance, still trying to chase down Benetti. Fortunately, he's lost a little bit of time since we last looked. It's nearly a second between them. Get a good sense of just how fast these cars riding on board through Cops, and then I'd love to stay on through the Maggots-Beckett sequence here. This really tests the downforce of these machines. Ooh, big wobble there from Dance. He's pushing. Pushing cost him about a 10th. Trying to catch it. That was the LMP1 of Julian Ribolo. SKS Tribute returned in 3rd place after their last pit stop. And that is, again, that is legitimate. Everybody around them has all had 3 stops. On the front stretch one more time here with Dance, still keeping Benetti honest, waiting for the traffic to offer him an opportunity. Liam Quinn not going to give it. In fact, Quinn going to split them as they come through Village and the loop. Been watching this fight in the LMP2s for a while. We haven't really checked in on the GT Pro class in a minute, and it sounds like Ryan's spying someone coming together here.
I've just been watching the gap between Stefan Overgaard and Pascal Thijs in the GT Pro class, and the gap has slowly been coming down lap by lap. And I think I'm not sure if Stefan's still on old tyres or not, but I believe Pascal's took new tyres in the pit stops when they done the driver swap with his teammate Benjamin Fuster. So Pascal's slowly catching Stefan. I think this could be a battle that's about to spice up.
Looking back from Overgaard, as they now come through Cops. Sounds like Steph's telling us that Stefan is indeed on older tires. Let's see how the car handles then. Overgaard, a longtime friend here on GSRC. Used to be a commentator for us, interestingly enough, but we've mostly watched him race in MX-5s. MX-5 World Tour being where he typically competed for a long time before he stepped away from iRacing for a while. And now that he's shown back up, he's proven that he still has quite a bit of speed.
Yep, and he's also a familiar face in the iRacing Special Endurance events, I believe, and also I'm not 100% sure if I'm correct, but I believe he's he races in the Majors League.
Yes, I do believe he does. That's a good point as well. He's really come back quite a bit. In fact, he has some excitement here through Abbey and Farm as he gets overtaken on either side by Ojan and Pelchat. That was not for position between those two drivers that went through. Interesting to note about Overgaard. Don't see as many Danes here on the service as we do, of course, the Dutch and others from that region. But Overgaard hailing from Denmark. Oh, and I think looks like we've got Francisco Rendo for the Torque Freak Sunset LMP1 taking a scheduled stop. So the number 81 trundles down the lane looking for his stall. This will not get him to the end, though. He'll need one more after this. Looks like they're going to swap drivers out, and it is back to James Ewan. It's been a bit of a tough day for this team. Ewan was the one that was in the car when they had contact through Maggots and Beckett's that unfortunately put them in the wall. Looking at the GT AM lead, Bryce Watson, who hasn't really seen a whole lot of on-screen time, currently has about 35 seconds in his Terbium number 365 over Till Norwig in the 305. sitting very comfortably for the moment. Both of them on 2 pit stops.
I've got to say that the Terbian Racing the team have been having a good race so far. They've not been in any trouble. They've not had any issues. Just been keeping it clean, and they've been rewarded with the lead in GTM at the moment with a roundabout a 1 minute 43 rather gap, or round about that. So yeah, they've been having a good race so far in GTM.
So as this mint and black car comes through Cops, holding on to a very, very nice lead. All he has to do at this point is hope for no cautions and just keep putting the laps in. It's his to lose. So we got, looks like Real Pixel's #1 machine. This is an LMP2. Jacob Lehman now pitting. Finds his stall. Is he going to stay in the car? He took over for Teal. Yep, looks like he is going to run it out to the end. Almost getting to about 10 a.m. virtual standard time here. Let's take a glance at the weather while we're at it. The track temperature has gone up about 10 degrees since we rolled off the grid. Ryan, is that something where you kind of have to set the car up to be good over a wide swath of temperatures, or are you not able to really try and do that, where you have to aim for either being good at the beginning or good at the end, or what's your thoughts?
That's a difficult question. It depends what. I would say it depends what sort of racer you're setting the car up for. If it's a long distance race, say maybe for example, the next race, which is 10 hours at Barcelona, I think you, depending on what the weather is at the start of the race, you set it up for maybe like the warmer weather, when it starts to get warmer during the race. But as Stefan's just mentioned, there's not that much difference in grip with the temperature. So I guess it's a difficult one to do. It depends what where you are in the race, or towards the end of the race, and what position you're in.
We continue to watch some of our LMP1 drivers continue on. I don't think we mentioned it, but Magnus Wallström since hopped out of the car for the Hellraisers Gluttony, who sit in second place rather. The number 19 has Andreas Olsson currently riding in there. He's on lap 16, about to start lap 17 of this stint. Go a little bit longer before he needs to come in. In fact, he's found himself a nice little bit of track where really not a whole lot is going on. Only 4 cars left on the lead lap overall. Satellite Racing, the final one, is the number 64 on that. We take a glance at some of our GT Pros and LMP2s here. Down and through the Maggots and Beckett sequence. That's Tony Baird, who we see having picked up the car for Nicholas Helm. He's going to get by Aaron Corey in the Fisher Motorsports Porsche, and Matthias Baumler in the GT Am car quite easily. Ooh, behind them, is this for position that I'm seeing? Yes, it is indeed. 3rd place in the LMP2s. Fantini and... and Baird is in.
He is in again. He just came out of pit lane, so he's in again, and I have no idea.
Speeding on exit, maybe?
Why? Yes, he did not speed on exit. Or at least I didn't see him speed on exit. So yeah, he didn't speed on exit. I really have no clue why he is once again in pit lane.
Let's watch and see. If it is a penalty, it'll be about 15 seconds. But they're past that now, so it's not a penalty. And no new one has been given out by the stewards. We've only had the 6 so far.
The only reason I could see for Bear to be in pit lane again is that they maybe forgot to fuel the car.
Could be some technical issues he's having, potentially. Meanwhile, we've hopped back to the GT Pros. And Stefan Overgaard and Pascal Thies once again trying to figure out who is going to be the last to spray the champagne for 3rd place in this class. We ride on board with Overgaard, looking back at Pascal.
I have noticed as well when it comes to traffic and getting lapped, Stefan can pull away. He can use that to the advantage, but when in clear air, Pascal seems to be closing Stefan back down. So it's just proven that, yeah, the older tyres for Stefan are starting to wear off, and Pascal with the new tyres can put the hammer down.
He's getting awful close here up the Wellington straight. Just to back out of it by the time they break here for Brooklands. All it's going to take is one good opportunity. Let's stay with this, but Jonathan Dance for Adequate has brought his LMP2 down pit lane. Green and white machine of Pascal Thies, following the blue and silver car of Kinetics Racing's Stefan Overgaard. Out of Cop's Corner, up to the Maggots-Beckett sequence. The exit of Chapel, sometimes an important one to try and get the launch, get yourself a chance to try and pass down into Stowe, but this time around, it doesn't look like Pascal really has too much of an edge over him.
Yeah, Stefan just got the better run heading onto the straight, and there was nothing that Pascal could do. But I think Pascal under braking is going to close the gap back down. But as Pascal runs wide a little bit into the long right-hander before the final corner, he's managed to close the gap under braking. But Stefan's managing to just maintain that gap.
What's interesting is Bryce Watson is in front of them, and he's not pulling over. They're coming up to a lot of turns here in the infield portion. This could hold up Stefan Overgaard. Let's see if Thies tries to pounce. He does right away. Feels he's distracted enough that he could get a nose to the inside, and actually that boxes in Stefan Overgaard. Easy spot there for Pascal Thies. So move him up to 3rd. Oh, but he's going to be on the outside. Oh, and this is not a good space for him. This is going to give another run for Stefan Overgaard. He's got a nose in as they come down the Wellington straight. A lot of momentum in his favor, and the inside down into Brooklands locks him up slightly, but he gets the spot right back.
Fantastic stuff between the both of these guys, but yeah, that was a bit sketchy from the GT arm leader, I should say. He moved offline. He should have stuck to his line, but I can understand it's a bit of a difficult position to be in, or situation to be in. But Stefan took the opportunity to retake the position, but I don't think this battle's going to be over yet.
Interesting. We're getting information that the Nomads team we saw come in for a mysterious second stop were caught for speeding on entry. Now, usually I thought you could serve that during your pit stop.
Yeah, you normally can, but maybe they were that close. I don't know. Yeah, you still can serve that penalty, that speeding on pit entry penalty on your pit stop. So yeah, I don't know why that wasn't the case for them.
Yeah, that's very, very strange. We'll get down to the bottom of that at some point as Overgaard continues to lead Pascal. Ooh, looks like Philip Roberts for Torque Freak Maggots. They are coming in. This is in our GTE class. Now this looks really close. How far can these GTE cars go here at Silverstone?
So they still are 13 minutes short.
Shy,
For the
yeah.
LMP2s, it's 50 minutes that they can drive. So any team that pits after the 50-minute mark, they will be on their last stop. So yeah, those GTEs, they're also not going to save that amount of fuel. You're never going to save 13 minutes worth of fuel here around Silverstone. That's just not enough time to save that fuel. So Liam Quinn of Kinetic Racing Search most definitely will still need to have at least one splash and dash.
Yeah, I wondered about that when I saw them in. Just doesn't seem to quite work out the math. Robert's still getting a bit more service done. Also, Falk Autotech, the number 111 LMP2s. Looks like Pencaldi just finished the stop. They are returning to the track, so another driver on a bit of an awkward pit strategy. Won't see any of the drivers be able to make it to the end until we get about 65 minutes left to go. So an hour and 5 minutes on your clock. Expect them in about 6 more minutes to see drivers try to make that one last go.
Yeah, the TSB Racing hashtag #RipenMove. They are in pit lane right now, till Norvik, that is. So they will most definitely have a splash and dash at the very end of their race, or maybe they're able to save those 2 laps of fuel, although I don't really see them make that strategy happen.
Okay, we got a close-up of Norwig's paint scheme. I'm trying to figure out what is going on with that. If you guys have any idea of what the theme is here.
That is the German sim racing team. They do have a Twitch account and obviously some emotes with that one. And that paint scheme is just all of those German sim racing emotes all over the
So the number 78, that's Hoisingfeld in the LMP1 class. Gunnar Meeson has, I don't think we covered it, but he hopped in for Reykjavik about halfway through the race. So he's finishing his stop. He still has 1 more to go to get to the end. He returns back out. Nope. Oh, it sounds like we got a battle going on. Looks like this is for 8th and 9th place here down in the LMP1s. Oh, and Ewens goes off track. So Egbers is going to be able to easily get by. That's got to be a slowdown penalty for the 81. And indeed, starts to ease back on the run up the hanger straight. So the German Sim Racing LMP1 able to grab 8th position very easily. Now can he run away? Down in LMP2s, the number 102 looking to try and... man, again, this is so close, Steph. A 4 minutes shy. It's about 2 laps worth. Of course, granted, we still don't know if we'll get another caution, and that could greatly help out some of these drivers.
Yeah, and obviously they have to bet on that full course yellow. And those LMP2s, 50 minutes for them. So yeah, even they are about 18 minutes of making that only a 1 stint. To the end, as Julian Viblo of SKS Tribute into pit lane, so also he has to make a 1 more stint.
Hitting from 3rd out on track. I wonder if they'll go a lap down here. Looks like they will, because Refness is continuing on. So we'll be down.
Sorry, Joe. There's been issues behind.
This looks like one of our GT Pro drivers. Who is this?
Pascal Theis, that was. Of the Fisher Motorsport 84. We're going to take it on the replay with that. Let's see what happened there. has to take quite a narrow line then through Megatest. We're now looking here at the exit of Cobb's corner, going into the left-hander of Megat's brakes, and yeah, because of that, on the inside line, just loses it on that tab on the brakes.
Save of the race, though. He kept it pointed forward. Incredible stuff from Pascal. That Fisher Motorsports 284 will at least stay in 5th after that. So it wasn't ideal, but man, that was some beautiful driving. It's like Rote is in. It's the SKS. But didn't we just see the SKS tribute car in recently? Am I thinking of another one?
You are thinking of another one.
Okay. Olsen also pits. Olsen from 2nd place.
All right, I want to take a little bit of that pit stop attention now to Christian Frank in the Team Heusenfeld number 248 Porsche 911 GTE car, because they are now with 1 hour and 7 minutes to go, not too far away from making this a one-stopper till the end. Now, obviously, I think Christian Frank is going to give over the steering wheel to Jan Sitkowski once again. On that final stint, and if that is the case, that they're able to stay out for another 6 minutes, that's about 3 laps or 4 laps actually that they have to do on this stint, they will be one of the few cars to actually make it on that last one stopper option and not have to make a splash and dash at the end.
Yeah, I'm looking behind them. The Hell Racers Heresy have been out for 3 laps, so they definitely have to stop one more time. And it looks like Overgaard in the Kinetic Racing 260, they need one more stop, so they're doing a 4-stopper for this race. What's interesting about the 248 is they've got Christian Frank in the car. Now, Frank is not slow, but Ryan, it seems like you have thoughts on how they should do the strategy towards the end.
Yep, I would do what they've done every race and just hand the car over to Jansen Senkowski, since, as you say, Joey, Christian's not slower, or not slow by any means, but Jan just seems to be able to get the job done all the time in the closing stages of the race. So if I was the team manager, I would hand the car over to him and let him do the finish and make sure to wrap up the win.
Looking pretty good for them thus far, but you really cannot count your chickens in this series. As you can see, stuff can go wrong in a flash for you. Looking through to see where everybody sits as we quickly approach that 1 hour mark.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Christian has another 4 laps to go in his fuel tanks. Both of them have managed to drive about 30 laps on their stints. So it should be interesting for these guys. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that they can make it to that lap 90, where if they pit on that, they will be sure to go to the end with that last stop that they have to do.
We got our 7th penalty for the day. Torque Freak Racing Sunset finds things going from bad to worse. Ewens is getting a black flag for contact with the 285. And it'll be a 20-second stop and hold. They ran into the back of that car. Wasn't quite able to find it. But man, that number 81 just has been pretty miserable out there. If it's not other drivers hitting them, it's them hitting other drivers and then, of course, getting a penalty. So we'll see when they serve that. Down in GT Pro, though, we've got a little bit of a battle for 12th coming together. Ludwig Gemmer for Element Sim Racing Water. He took over for Niels Hundhedge, but he's being chased by Joel Hafner, Absolute Unit of Racing's number 269. Robin Rosenvinge was in that machine before.
this battle has been building up slowly, and it's about to get about to be about. I'll say again, about to get even more exciting between these two. It's at the moment Ludwig's been managing to keep the gap or stay in front of Joel, but I think it's only a matter of time before Joel gets by him, possibly.
Yeah, it seems like he's got pretty good pace at this point. As we watch them come out of Luffield. It's Bryce Watson behind them. That is the GT Am class, so that's not involved in this fight. Oh, and our leader has pitted. Already finished his stop and doesn't even lose the lead. Mateo will need one more to finish this out. World of Sim Racing, who's managed to get themselves up to second before their stop. Now, where is... So this is still well shy, unfortunately, for them. So they will need at least one more from what we think, which looks to be due to their early stop.
I'm just looking at the GT Pro leader as well, and I'm just looking at the time remaining in the race, and I think they've managed to get by the 1 hour mark, or yeah, round about that. So I think, judging by my terrible calculations or fuel calculations, they should be able to make it with one less stop, possibly.
And Shiavon, also from the number 47, coming in to take one more stop. They'll have another after this one, just to wrap it up. They come in from 5th position on the track. The Old Dogs team, unfortunately, getting a penalty early in the race for avoidable contact. That really set the tone for the remainder of it. So don't panic. We have 2 cars sharing a stall here, and unlike in real life, they can physically share the stall. Meanwhile, got a nice little fight in the LMP2s. This is for 5th place. World of Sim Racing comes back out with Benetti leading ahead of Fantini. Fantini trying to track him down, but he's got about half a second to go to reel in that number 151 to get himself into the top 5.
And we are, guys, officially inside the last hour of this race, which means Christian Frank and the Team Heusmann number 248 car will most definitely be able to make it on just one last stop. So every GTE car or GT Pro car that now pits is able to make it on that last stop. Obviously, the later you stop, the less amount of fuel you have to take aboard.
And with us hitting that 1 hour mark, that also means it's time to go through our top 5 of each class. Up at the front, PCDC Argonne, having just completed one more stop, not their last one, has Jean-Luc Matteo back in the car. He hopped in and replaced Refnes, who did the middle stint, and now he's going to close it out. It's 22 seconds back in the next car. Hellracers Gluttony have one more stop to go as well, and they've currently got Andreas Olsen in that number 19 machine. It's another 14 seconds back to Patrick Pelchat, but again, these drivers this team has got to be happy with this if they can stay put, because they started in 8th. They're looking at a podium. The number 64 is kind of not surrounded by anybody. They've got another 41 seconds in the next car back, so they're not under threat. Tobias Gruber is the next one. The Element Sim Racing Fire, number 71. He needs to make a 4th stop, though. So does Pelchat in the Satellite Racing car. Then you get it to 5th place. SKS Tribute has Samuel Rote back in for Julian Ribolo. They are another 30 seconds behind the first car right now, a lap down of any of the cars in the field. Steph, tell us about the LMP2s.
It's still the story of the CQR Club in LMP2. David E. Baker now behind the wheel of that car. They're still leading quite comfortably, about 32 seconds ahead of the second place car Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew. David Barraclaw once again behind the wheel of that HPD. The 181 most definitely a little bit of a roller coaster thus far, but they have seen themselves now in that second place. That surely gives them a little bit of a boost. Another roller coaster is the one of Adequate Racing. Jonathan Dance behind that lime green car right now. They have seen themselves climb already a few positions. They started in 23rd overall, which was the 13th position in class, to find themselves in 3rd place. That's 10 places gained. Quite a race for them. Nomad Sim Racing HPD not too far off of the Adequate Racing 193, but most definitely that 4th place car not looking as strong as the 3 ahead of him, as they have already lost 2 positions from the starting grid to find themselves in that 4th place. In 5th place and rounding out your top 5 of the LMP2 class, it's the Spanish outfit of World of Sim Racing team. They themselves haven't had the best race thus far, have already had a few troubles with traffic. Not too much though, I don't think, if I'm correctly, they haven't had any penalties, but they most definitely haven't had the smoothest run through traffic.
And the top 5 in the GT Pro class is Hell Racers Hearsay, currently leading. 2nd place is Fussa Motorsports with Pascal Tees. 3rd place is Samba Racing Team with Baz Rovinko. 4th place is 4th place is Samba Racing Team. I think they've just pitted, but 5th place is Fussa Motorsports, as far as I believe, after the pit stops.
And unfortunately for the virtual motorsports with Dennis Garrison, they just had contact with an LMP1 car recently. Not sure that we can get the replay as it had happened maybe about a minute and a half ago. But regardless, that's obviously set them backwards a little bit, caused a little bit of damage on the car. In the meantime, farther down in the GTMs, we've got Terbium Racing with Bryce Watson in the car, but he's going very slowly. What's happening to Bryce Watson here? Oh, I think he... Oh no, he's out of fuel. He's sputtering as we ride on board. This could cost them the lead. They are a long ways ahead. World of Sim Racing Team Junior was about 42 seconds behind. So they may have made enough of a buffer to get to the end. But what a costly mistake. The 351 with Ruben Roulet is in the 2nd place car right now. So it looks like they made it into their stall. Wow, that is just... Why would you even make that sort of mistake this late in the race? Looks like Roulet is also going to be pitting now. And in fact, this might be... Oh, this is everybody, it looks like, from the GT AM class pitting now to try and get them to the end, because Speed Tech, John Haynes for the 339 also pitting. Right now, 4th belongs to Till Norwig, who's in the 305. He's still having to catch up to the rest of them to get to his pit stop. And then a long ways back to 5th place, which is Lee Norris in the S-Rock Racing car back there. But man, the number 351 eventually finds its way down into his stall. Will certainly have given away a lot of time there. It looks like... Well, did they take a tow here? They may have lost the lead because Terbium's moving. No, excuse me, it was Terbium who was leading. Got confused. So Terbium is in and out, and it is World of Sim Racing who's just finishing up there. So looks like we shouldn't see much in the way of change there for that GTM lead as they all take their stops. We're going to take a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We'll come back and take you all the way to the checkered flag. Don't go away for round 5 here in the DGFX series. Welcome back to Silverstone. We are in the final 50 minutes here of this race. It's round 5 of the DGFX series. 4 hours of racing here at this British track. And right now, Gianluca Matteo is leading the way for the PCDC Motorsports Argon team. They didn't get the pole, but they didn't need it. Once they got up to the front, it seemed like nobody could stop them. They still hold about a 26-second lead over what is right now the Hell Racers Gluttony team. Andreas Olsen down there. For a lot of the time, it was Danilo Piazza and the number 47 who was holding second place. In fact, Piazza, I think, just hopped out of the pits. It looks like that Old Dogs team is set to go until the end. There you see them on screen coming around Village.
Not sure about that statement. They did pit a lap ago, and we're only now entering 45 minutes. So, it might be that they're 1 lap short.
We have had 2 more penalties since we left. The number 271 got a 20-second stop and go for driving into the back of the 351. And then number 78 got a 80-second stop and go. Excuse me. It looks like they drove into a corner and lost control, caused contact. So I believe that was the one I mentioned before with the GT Pro car. Ross Rowinkle with some issues as well. Let's see what happened here. Ooh, he had some help. He was in a battle with Teese here. He's in the Porsche, and I think this is for position. Gets tipped around. Everybody has to take evasive action and go around him. Eventually, the Samba Racing car gets going, but with a little bit of lost time.
Yeah, talk about great avoidance by the rest of the cars after he spun. They've done very well to avoid his car and not collect him. So, yeah, good heads-up driving from everyone.
Have a bit of a lull there on the penalties, but now it looks like they are coming back as we watch this battle for third down in the LMP2s, or excuse me, GT Pros rather.
Yep, Matthias Magnussen and also Dennis Gerritsen are battling for P2 at the moment, and not far behind them is also, or not far behind them that was Pascal Teese before that incident, but it's just left the two of these guys to battle amongst themselves for the second step on the podium.
278 was the one I was mentioning that that ran into the LMP1. He's trying to get that spot back that he lost in that process to Magnussen, the number 280, just in front of him. Tantalizingly close, especially with 43 minutes left to go. Plenty of time to try and make a pass, but it's always one thing to catch someone and another to try and get that overtake done. You can see they've had a little bit of traffic around them. That was Tony Baird going by in the LMP2. They do have a GT Pro behind them, but that is Joel Hafner, and he is a lap down from them.
One thing I have to tell you guys is the story of the GT Pro leader in form of Jonas Bodin in the Hell Racers Heresy car. They are right now leading over Jan Senkowski in the Team Heusenwald number 248 by about 1 minute and 11 seconds. I'm expecting these guys to have about halfway stint still left in this race. So this stint and then half of another stint to go, which is going to set them back about 45 seconds to the Team Heusenwald number 248 car. However, the thing with that is Jonas Bodin will actually have 2.5 old 2.5 stints old tires on his car, whereas Jan Sienkowski only has 1 stint on his tires thus far. So this might get very interesting at the end of this race, depending on how much Bodin was able to save his tires or how much he had to abuse them.
When our leader for the LMP2s is in, this is David Baker getting service. Don't believe they need to swap Baker out. Nope. Looks like he should stay in fact, because Daniel Kraft did the majority of the race thus far. Baker's good to go all the way to the end from here, and doesn't lose the lead in the process. That'll mean that Tony Baird will give us a timing and scoring gap here soon. He's running in the Nomad car in second place, and unfortunately, though, that Nomad car still needs to make another stop because it's been 20 laps since his last one. So he's not going to stay there. But it's about 8.5 seconds between himself and the CQR Club machine. Heading over to P11 and the GT Pros. Got a nice little fight between DeCourt and Penley. This is between the Graphite Racing Pro car and the SpeedTech SimSport 239. Piazza goes by, not wanting to bother them. It's about half a second splitting these two. This is for position just outside of the top 10 in this class. For those hoping that a caution could maybe give them a chance to get back into this race, it has thus far not been forthcoming. And 40 minutes left to go means we've only got about 10 minutes worth of time that we could see a caution.
At this stage of the race, I can't see a caution coming out for these guys in towards the back of the GTE Pro class. Yeah, it's been a bit of a unlucky race, you could say, for the Graphite Racing guys. I mean, they're normally up at the front or close to the front anyway, and they always seem to be consistent, but luck just hasn't went the way today, and it's unfortunate, but it's just the way it goes sometimes.
Up in GT Pro, though, in third place. Remember, we were talking about Garrison and Magnussen before. They've gotten even closer together now. They're just behind Bryce Watson, our leader in the GTM. They're going to want to get by soon here, but again, Watson probably not interested in giving up too much time, especially with how much he gave up during that last pit cycle, running out of fuel. So he's certainly not pulling over. Magnussen maybe going to send one up the inside. Yep, he gets off to the right. Watson's not going to fight them, let them both through. And for reference on Watson, that gap after losing all that time running out of fuel is down to a scary 25 seconds. I'm sure he's shaking in his boots.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Those 25 seconds. Woo, gotta be careful there.
Magnussen now leading them around Luffield. Matthias doing a good job, at least, of keeping Dennis from having an opportunity to attack. As close as the 278 has gotten, it just doesn't seem like he's able to get within reach. He's just kind of too far behind to try and make a lunge at anything.
That BMW in a straight line, it's quite quick, but also I believe the BMW's had a bit of a handicap. I think some weight added after, I think some BOP or something like that. I know BOP is a bad word, but I think it's been hindered a little bit. But the Ferrari's not fallen back by much. But it's been a good race for these guys with the Kinetic Racing Velocity car. They've used a strategy to their advantage. They've managed to get themselves up to the front and currently P2. But at the moment, on older tyres, they seem to be quite possibly they might be struggling a little bit.
The Ferrari sticks with it. Dennis Garrison, who you see on screen in the orange and black machine, is going to get overtaken now by Gunnar Meeson. Meeson's not the last one in that LMP1 class. He's second to last, but he's No danger of being passed by the PCDC Xenon car, which is still multiple laps down. That LMP1 car still hasn't made its way out of the LMP2s, honestly. Still working on getting laps back on those machines. Meanwhile, on screen, battle here between two of our LMP2 drivers, Benetti and Fantini. We were wondering when this one would kick off. Fantini's got the outside. Oh, but could he duck one in? Nope. Looks like even though back to the racing line for Benetti, he's not going to get the chance, and he falls back. He was close, but just didn't quite work out for him. Oh, and actually, no, it was Benetti who was making the overtake on Fantini. I correct myself.
Yeah. Fantini was in third place all the time now for nearly 1.5 stints, and finally Fantini just got overtaken there by Benetti. It was a question of time. Benetti was much faster, just always had bad luck with traffic, which pretty much is the story of any battle in the LMP2s thus far. But also Fantini, he was the slower car and also made quite a lot of small mistakes, mistakes. So yeah, Fantini once again with a big slide out of Vale just confirms of what I was trying to say there. Fantini a little bit slower of those two and also with a lot more mistakes than Benetti.
Just checking the steward sheet and haven't seen anything new crop up there. We almost need to keep a little bit of an eye on second place in the GT Am class. It's not really a battle right now. Norwig and Roulet about 3 seconds apart from one another. We've seen that traffic could make those gaps disappear, so they've got to stay on it.
Yeah, for example, the last lap, sorry Ryan, it was 2 seconds faster in favor of Till Norwig in the TSB racing car, so might see something happening there very soon, Ryan.
I was just about to say it. The gap between P2 and P3 and GT Arm is slowly coming down. But the World of Sim Racing guys seem to be able to lap around about the same pace as the TSB racing guys as well. So,
sorry, there has been a wreck between the Real Pixel Motorsport 3 and the Talk Freak Racing Maggots car. They are heavily out of contention in both their classes respectively, but that was a wreck that happened through Cobb's Corner.
Let's look at the replay of the 312 getting hit by the 261. It was very light contact. Oh, at least at first. We're going to watch the replay. Yeah, there's the initial touch, and then they couldn't get away from each other, and it just all unfolded very slowly. Can watch it one more time. Yeah, this is close racing towards the end of a race that I don't see anything really all that wrong with either car.
Yeah, well, what I don't like about this wreck is the behavior of Matthias Bäumler there after the first hit, because he didn't step on the brakes, he just was off throttle, which is going to continue those rear wheels to spin, and thus he collected once again the Talk Freak Racing car. Could have ended quite differently if Matthias Bäumler would have decided to step on the brake there, but obviously that's a sentence with would have.
Well, and the Torque Freak Maggots car we're seeing on the replay here, I wonder if he's got a little bit of damage, because he's going to spin all on his own through Abbey. Now, granted, he was offline with traffic coming through, so that could have caused it too, but yeah, it's just the car goes, and he lost even more time now, and that set him farther back.
Yeah, that might have also been due to the marbles on the outside. The story of the BMW is that it's a very tail-happy car, because it has literally no weight over that back axle, only that massive rear wing to put some weight onto that, and yeah, on the marbles out there, I think he just lost it because those tires lost too much grip.
That's something brewing towards the back of the LMP1s. Marcel Egbers in the German Sim Racing number 7 machine Has been reeling in James Ewan. Ewan, of course, looking to try and make up for today's bad race and has got himself up to 7th. I'm sure he doesn't want to give it away this late. In fact, it's gone down even closer now since we first started putting the cameras on this, because now it's down to 0.4 of a second. Egbers is flying. We're gonna get a little bit of traffic here. Let's see if this affects it. Oh, yes, it definitely will. That was a big holdup for Ewens. Oh, but didn't work out well for Egbers. So he gets off the corner a little bit slow and isn't able to capitalize.
Yeah, I would say that Egbers just decided to not boost as much down Wellington Straight, whereas Ewens boosted nearly all the way down to the next corner. So most definitely way different strategies where they apply their boosts, as Egbers now down into Cobb's corner way closer. Most definitely deciding to boost that little bit more down in that straight.
Maybe saving something coming up here for the Hangar Straight. Let's see what he's got underneath him. Off of Chapel Corner. Oh,
Yep.
He's gaining quickly. Here he comes.
But there you can see stalls out nearly halfway through that straight, so most definitely that was all that he wanted to boost there, and thus he only got closer to Ewens, and then the Porsche 919 top speed made the difference there, because the Audi R18 is a lot slower down the straight than that 919, just so much more about that downforce in the corners.
Well, those two are fighting towards the back of the field in that class. The leader in the LMP1s has brought it in. Matteo in the PCDC Argon car hits his stall, and this will definitely be it. He is done for the day now.
Oh, and a little bit of development there in the GT Pro class with Jonas Bourdon in the last lap. That happened at the start of lap 103. He's now on lap 104. He did spin through turn 2. He lost himself about 15 seconds, which means that that lead is now only down to 50 seconds. And I'm expecting him to lose somewhere between 30 and 40 seconds on his last pit stop to the Team Moismelt number 248. And on those fresher tires, Jan Senkowski is closing that gap about a second to 1.2 seconds per lap. So this race is still not over for the first place for the Hersey car.
Ryan, you've been watching this car for a little bit here. Not Santowski, who we see on screen, but Bowden. And you seem to have noticed kind of the same thing that Steph has.
I was watching Bowden for a few laps, for probably about 4 or 5 laps, and I did notice he was starting to slide around a little bit, especially in the high-speed corners. And I think his tyres might just be basically holding on for dear life. So for the remaining whatever we've got left, it's going to be a big task for Bowden to hold on to the car and hold on for the finish. But I think it's only a matter of time, possibly, before Jan Sentowski catches him.
All right, the Nomad team is taking the car in for the final time this race. Tony Baird, a very quick stop, actually, to be expected, as he only needed a splash and dash. So the 122 is going to return. Where are they going to be? Looks like about 5th place. Yeah. What kind of gap do they have to the car ahead? Barraclaws and the Torque Freak Racing car 6 seconds up the road. Not impossible for them to run them down. A few other drivers in the LMP2s have pitted. The number 111, the Falk Autotech team, is actually still getting service. Pancaldi in that car. Teal, the Real Pixel 1, just exited his stall, and he's coming back out. to less than a half an hour to go. We will not get any more cautions from here on out unless something dire happens. Oh, wow, sorry. On my screen, if we want a bit of a hairy moment, I was just looking at Marcel Egbers and the number 7. He was starting to chase down the Torque Freak car, and then traffic, unfortunately, forced him to check up. Let's look at the replay. Onboard would definitely be good on this one. And see, he's chasing. That's the 4th position right ahead, and then watch this lap traffic. Didn't quite expect him to be off into the grass. Not when you want to be braking. And that is very, very costly. Didn't lose a position, but certainly lost some time that he's going to have to make back up on Ewan's. Looks like Rote pits. Olsen, who is in 2nd place, is getting his service. Rote is out and done. The SKS Tribute teams can take it all the way to the checkered flag from here. Now, Olsen didn't even lose 2nd. He comes back out in the same spot. Had a monstrous gap over the number 64, currently holding 3rd. That's Satellite Racing. In fact, I think Satellite might have to make another stop. They're on 11 laps currently. Need to check and see when they last pitted. So let's hop back down to the GT Pros, because looks like Samba Racing and Fisher Motorsports have not been able to get away from one another.
They've not been able to separate themselves for quite some time. So this battle has been going on for a while, and it doesn't appear to be settling down. Apologies for interrupting, Joe.
No, I just wasn't sure if you were hopping in there. So as we continue to watch this fight between Rowinkle and Teese, Boss still leading by just under 2 seconds. And again, that might seem more comfortable in a sprint race, but not in an endurance race with 4 classes out on track and 24 minutes left to go. He's certainly got to keep his foot down. GT classes didn't give us a whole lot at the very start of this race, but now they've started giving us plenty to talk about, because 2nd place could change hands. We were watching these two earlier as well here, Ryan. It's Norwig catching up to Roulet.
Yeah, I've been watching this battle for ages, and it's starting to get feisty. I've been watching both of them scrap amongst each other, and yeah, this battle for the final 2 steps on the podium is still to be decided. And after the pit stops, it's game on, I'd say.
I'm looking, and they've both got about 14 laps in, so I think these two can make it to the end. You can see Norwig giving chase in the 3:05. So they head up the hangar straight. They're going to have a GT Pro car catch them pretty quickly. That's Liam Quinn. Unusual position for Liam Quinn behind them. He's down 14th in class. The Kinetic Racing driver is usually incredibly fast, so not sure what happened today to the 270.
Yeah, the Kinetic Racing cars are normally, most of them are normally up front in the GT Pro class, but it's only seems to be 1 or 2 cars from that team that's having a good race, as some of the prototype cars come by to lap them, and a couple of P2s and a P1 car.
Yeah, that's Hoffman, and I don't think that is for position. No, it is not. That's Barraclaw behind him, so that's a different class. Lay really under pressure now, because Norwig getting right underneath that rear wing. Ojin gonna sneak on through. We'll get 1 and maybe 2. Oh, this is going to put Roulet offline. Norwig can't capitalize on it, though. He stays back. Then sounds like we got another penalty here. Steph, I see you looking at the sheet. What have you got?
Yeah, it's that is that wreck that we saw between the GTE and GT3 car at Cobb's Corner and Jan-Philipp Ried. That is the number 2, the 312 of Real Pixel Motorsport 3. There we go. They got a black flag for aggressive driving. That was a 20-second stop and go penalty for them. Matthias Bäumler in that car. So yeah, I wouldn't call that aggressive driving, just unlucky moment there for both of them. As I also just spotted Roberto Pancaldi of the Fach Autotech Sim Racing number 111 to have no nose cone on their HP.
How long if I could speak, how long ago did we get that penalty for the Real Pixel 312? Because they just came out of the pits.
Yeah, that was for that penalty.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, if they have to go back in again, that is going to hurt even more. But they're already down to 7th out of 8 cars still running in their class. For what was a day where they needed to perform, they dropped the ball. They have really put themselves behind the 8 ball in terms of the championship, I'd say.
And speaking about the championship, Hell Racers Horsey has just pitted. They just came out of the pit lane again. They're still ahead of Jan Senkowski, who is in 2nd place, that Porsche there. Let's wait until the timing and scoring has updated that gap between those two, and it's only down to just 10 seconds. So most definitely Jonas Budon has to perform now, because Jan Senkowski continued to be at least 0.8 of a second faster than Jonas Budin ahead of him, and those old tires only will get worse for Jonas.
And Ryan Fantini has pitted from 2nd place in the LMP2s. So that hands over P2 to Carlos Benetti. That's in the World of Sim Racing 151, but I think they're going to have to get one more stop in. So that should switch back around. Boy, the pit strategy has just been the talk of the day here in most of the classes. Without much in the way of cautions, it's really caused the teams to have to think far ahead, and some of them seem to have. Others maybe have let one loose, unfortunately.
Absolutely. As I was watching Bowden just trying to lap a GT Arm car, and he came so close to collecting the GT Arm car, and luckily managed to get it away. But if I was in Bowden's shoes, I would be putting the foot down and trying to go as quick as possible to try and maintain that gap to Senkowski.
Absolutely. And again, this is where they need to catch up and gain points on the Heusinkveld team. This is a direct battle in the championship. Granted, they do get double points at Barcelona. So it is not like we said at the start of the broadcast, and they are able to still be in it at the final rounds, even if they finish behind Heusinkveld. But they'd rather, of course, be a little bit closer.
One thing that I really am amazed by is that not a single team has yet gotten a penalty for exceeding the incident limit during this race. We all know how easy it is in some of these corners to get those incidents, especially at Cobb's Corner, and especially also at Stoke Corner. Those two especially is where you can run off track and get an easy 1x. So yeah, kudos to everyone staying inside the track limits.
Second that. Did we lose the Falk Autotech car, though? I feel like someone had mentioned that recently, and so much has been happening. I've lost track, but they've been in for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, these guys, very interesting. They were in pit lane, then did exit pit lane again, but they didn't have a nose cone, and they just went back in after one lap, and it seems like they have so much damage that Elvis Bonello now also decided to retire that car. Or
They just they pulled forward and backed up, so it looks like they're trying to get something repaired, but they've left the car, and they might be our only third retiree if they've hopped back in. They're trying to figure something out because they're doing a lot of weird stuff right now. We'll try and keep you up to date once we get information. But Grindel now pits for the Vikings Fenris machine. That'll finish them out. Boy, a lot of drivers really took it close on fuel, but not many seem to be able to take it all the way to the end. We're watching this battle between Norwig and Roulet earlier, and it's still within a second of one another. 16 laps to go. I have to imagine, Ryan, that both drivers are absolutely pushing it to the limit because there's no point in holding back at this point.
Absolutely. If I was Bowden, you've just got to go for it. You've just got to push as much as possible. Even if you make a mistake, you can't let off the gas. You've just got to go for it. And same with Senkowski as well. Just got to go for it. Push as much as possible. Try and catch that gap. I'm looking at the gap now, and Senkowski has managed to get the gap down to about 6.1, 6.2 seconds.
It's been creeping downwards and downwards. Senkowski is coming, and we've got 15 minutes left to go. How wild is it, though, that these two different strategies are coming to within seconds of each other after 4 hours of racing? And what's even more amazing is it's two different makes of cars, too.
It's fantastic. Just watching these two cars and two teams going at it, Hammer and Tom, just pushing as much as possible in the closing stages. It's fantastic. But if I was to predict a winner in GT Pro, just judging by pace and consistency, I've got to go for the Team Huskenveld guys. They just seem to be able to claw the time back and close that gap. And Boding, I think, is just going to be... It's just a matter of time, possibly, before he's a sitting duck.
Yeah, Heusenfeld has a history of just being incredible, especially under pressure. So I'm with you. I think my money would have to go on to Senkowski. Just watching the AM battle now for second place. Ruben versus Till. And Till's gained a little bit of time now. Chopped away a tenth or two. Being joined by Carson Teal. He's going to be able to go, well, maybe not around the outside. Thought he was going to be able to. Now he's able to leave them behind. Oof. And Norwig has it down to 0.3 of a second. You could see how much closer he is. Out of Cops, that car is looking strong. The 305 is going to be a serious threat here in a moment.
Indeed, he's managed to close that gap down, and he's not far behind as well. He's got, you can see it in the same picture. He's managed to close that gap down. Sorry, and yeah, he's got the run in him in the draft, but I don't think he's close enough to make a move.
They fell back a little bit through Maggots and Beckett's. So not apparently one of his stronger portions of the lap here. I keep looking up to see whether or not that 151 has got to pit one more time or not. Because I swore they pitted too early, and they're holding down second place.
All of
few that's on a weird strategy.
All of the top 5 are on the same strategy, so... Yeah, if one of them has to pit, everyone else has to pit.
No, well, CQR pitted 16 laps ago, whereas the 151 was 27 laps ago at this point.
Oh, I'm sorry, 151. I was understanding 351. Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry.
Yeah, Barraclaw was 20 laps ago, though, and I think that Torque Freak number 181 should be able to get to the end. Oh, looks like we got Hoffman for the Sim Racing Fire Machine. They're taking their final stop. The 71 is coming back out and is good to go. Seems like, though, the timing and scoring is showing that Santowski, did he have a mistake somewhere?
No, I think that was just a little bit of a hiccup in timing and scoring. Jan Santowski still continues to be faster. Last lap he was 0.3 faster than your GT Pro leader. So the gap is now down to 5.4 seconds, continuing to creep up to the back of that Harris's Heresy Ferrari.
I wonder if that's enough, though. If he's only doing 0.3 a lap with
Oh, no,
5.5 seconds to go.
That was that. He had a small mistake because of running together with a GT3 car where he did catch him at the wrong point. But he is continuing to be at least 0.8 a lap faster than Jonas Budin ahead of him.
Oh, and Boda just got a slowdown penalty. Oh, and this is going to spice it up even more. So now it's down to 3.1 seconds. Santowski can now see Jonas up ahead. He is there, and he is ready to pounce. Let's watch the replay, see where this slowdown took place. Oh, it looks like it was somewhere in the Maggots and Beckett sequence.
Probably was out of Chapel. Let's have a look on that. There he comes through Beckett's, and didn't really see that there. Maybe it happened through Maggots. Either way, slowdown is a slowdown is a slowdown, and thus that gap is now down to just 3.4 seconds.
Yep, if I'm Santowski, I would be absolutely grinning from ear to ear, closing the gap down and seeing your competitor in front of you. And I think Jan now is just, yeah, I guess he's a bit of like a hungry dog looking for food. So probably trying to close the gap down as much as possible, and don't rule him out and Team Huskenveld have won in this race just yet.
Yeah, it is looking like they've got a very good opportunity on their hands in 2:48. It's got it down to 2.5 seconds now as we ride on board with Santowski. They gave him a task. Again, had to really try and push hard to try and fight for the win here. And he's got himself this far, but can he take it all the way? Can he actually peel the victory away from the Hellracers Heresy team in the final stages? And that is going to be gutting if the 219 is not able to finish this thing in first place.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, the Hellracers team have been doing an amazing job for most of those races to get lapped by a P1 car. They've been doing a great job, and I think just watching Bowden as well when he got that slowdown just before it. I think he might be feeling the pressure a little bit and just letting it get to him instead of just relaxing and settling down and just doing his own thing. But Santowski is right behind him, and he's closing the gap down really, really quick.
Oh, and we finally got the World of Sim Racing answering our question on if they can make it or not. The answer is no. Where is Barraclaw? He's coming out of the final corner. He's going to get by them. I do not think the 151 can get out in time, but it will be pretty close because they only had 9 seconds of fuel. Burns has got the speed, or Barraclaw's got the speed, rather, and he is by, and it's going to be about 2 seconds between them, but 8 minutes left on the clock. So, can we see Benetti actually run down and pass Barraclaw?
Don't forget about that 4th place HPD as well. Tony Baird, Nomad Sim Racing, HPD. They are smelling that podium just ahead of them.
And they've got about 4.5 seconds to make up, so that is going to have to take a lot of speed from the 122. But like you said, it's there if they want to try and push and take it. But let's go back to that battle for the lead and the GT Pro, because it's now down to 2 seconds between Bowden and Santowski.
Just watching Bowden as well. Oh, there's a GT3 car off on the side of the track. Be careful, Bowden. he manages to get by without no issues. But yeah, Bowden is really struggling for traction on the exit of corners, especially the slow speed corners, and it's allowing Sentowski behind them to close the gap, and he's not that far behind now. He literally, you can see both of them in the same picture.
And you see they're split by that car that was getting back on track. That's Baumler. So Baumler's not really fighting with anybody. He could pull out of the way, but he's not going to. He's going to stay put, and that is certainly not going to make Sentowski happy since he had it down to 1.5 seconds. And swings it through Abbey. Oh, oh no! And he's still not pulling aside. That is a completely different class. Baumler really had no reason to be there. Little lockup down through the loop, in fact, for Sentowski. Oh, he has got to be fuming in that car. It's gone back up to 2.3 seconds. If that costs him the win, I suspect he'll have some words from Matthias after the race.
Absolutely. If I was Jan, I would be absolutely fuming right now. I mean, there was no need for that GT3 car to try and fight him. As you said, Joe, it's a different class. So he should have... I know it's multi-class racing and you've got to stick to your line, or it says in the rules you should stick to your line, but there's just no need for that. So, yeah, I think you might be seeing an angry Jan right now.
In the rules it says that you should stick to your line, but also in the rules says that you, once you're side by side with a faster class, you should make everything in your spectrum to be able to make that pass easier for both of you. That means obviously, well, lifting if you're side by side, and that's most definitely not what Matthias Bäumler did there. Most definitely making it very hard for Jan Sentowski to get past that GT3 car, but now also it's getting a little bit interesting for Jonas Bodin into Vale corner as he now gets overtaken by Patrick Elchard, and that's most definitely not what he would have liked to see going side by side through Vale with an LMP1 car.
Yeah, we keep talking about the emotions that Sentowski is feeling. What about poor Bowden right now? How nervous has he got to be in that cockpit, knowing that he's on old tires and he's trying everything to keep this gap up so that Sentowski won't have a chance in the last few laps to try and make an overtake. Now this traffic's certainly not helping the situation.
Especially he's only 3 laps away from a victory with 4 minutes 43 remaining. We're about 3 laps to go in this motivation.
Bowden now on the Wellington straight. Sentowski has got it down to a second now. This is the closest he's been in this stint. Gets separated by a couple lapped cars. In fact, one of them are fight for second in GTM, which is spread apart if you're worried about that. Sadly, Norwig has fallen away since we last looked. He's, well, not sad for Roulet, I should say.
Yeah, I keep mentioning the GT Pro lead battle, but yeah, this is just so close. This is too good to not to watch. So yeah, if I was Bowden, I would probably be nervous or a nervous wreck. I would say so. But he just needs to keep calm. He just needs to relax. Just keep doing what he's doing. He's managing to maintain that gap to Jan behind him, but the gap now is around about 1 second.
Yeah, it's awful close. He just got overtaken by Baird. Bowden is going to have to be overtaken by the LMP2 as well. He's going to pull off to the left, try and let him through, but that still puts him on a very horrible shallow line down into Vale. What was 1 second is now 0.6 of a second in just a couple corners. Less than 3 minutes on the clock. And Bowden can now see him in his mirrors.
Yep, and yeah, less about 2 laps to go, and Jan is right behind him. It's only a matter of time, I think, before Jan makes a move. But I don't think Bowden's going to make it easy for him. And why should he? It's a battle for the lead, and it's going to go right down to the last lap, I feel.
wide can he make that Ferrari? And Porsche is going to be a bullet for sure. So come down into Brooklands. A little bit of an early turn-in from Bowden. Already feeling like he has to go slightly defensive here. They're going to get joined by Marcel Egbers, the German sim racing machine. Well, he's going to be able to pick his way through on one and the other and doesn't interrupt the battle. But now you can see just how close. 0.3 of a second. It'll be white flag for these cars next time by, we believe. What can Santowski do in a lap?
I don't even think he needs one lap. I think this is going to be facilitated either through Stowe or through Vale, as now he also has the HPD sister car of himself. That's Team House number 101 going past those two. As Sankowski stays in the draft. Now he goes into the draft of his sister team, but he gets cut off a little bit by the 488. Tries to go to the right side, though doesn't really make that happen. He has to stick behind through Stowe, but once again, very squarely for both cars on the throttle out of Stowe. Sankowski goes over to the left side. Does he have the guts to brake later? No, he does not. Jonas Bowden still ahead in this battle for first place in the GT Pro class.
I'm surprised Bowden left the door open, but we've gotten the white flag for Matteo. I'm keeping half an eye on the battle as we watch this victory lap for the PCDC car, which has won 4 out of the 4 rounds and is about to make it 5 for 5. Just phenomenal performance. As we watch him, there was another defensive move, and I think we're going to get the pass for the lead. Oh, and he gets his nose in. They almost make contact, but he's got that better grip off the corner. The lead now goes to Jan Santowski.
And another mistake from Jonas Bowden, just too wide out of that left-hand kink, but he maybe gets the inside line into Laffield. No, he does not. Has to stick back.
Oh, on the final lap, and he couldn't hold him back. Just gutting. Not so for this team. The number 18 is going to head into the final round, not with the championship clinched up, but having won every single race. And that is going to certainly put a lot of pressure on the other teams, certainly emotionally, mentally, to try and pull one over on them. The number 18 takes victory today here at Silverstone. See who our next team to cross. I believe it's going to be our GT Am leader, Turbium Racing, with Bryce Watson in the car. A good 30-second lead. We didn't see a whole lot of him. He didn't probably want the drama. As he comes through Vale and then up and through Club. This is going to be a nice bit of points for the number 365 team who wins here today in England.
Next up behind the Turbium Racing car is going to be finishing the Team Heusenfeld number 248. Just 2 more corners to go and they have secured a very well-deserved victory ahead of the bittersweet second place driver of Jonas Bowden in the Hellraiser's Heresy 488.
Man, what a drive. What a drive by both cars. And I do feel for Bowden. But now let's head over to the CQR Club machine, the number 116. Another pretty big gap here for the lead. 37, almost 38 seconds between Baker and Barraclaw. Baker started this race up in what was 11th overall. And I believe he's going to finish exactly there as well. I need to check to see where he started, if that was on pole for the CQR machine. Certainly going to be the first spot at the finish, as he's our last car to cross the line to win here today in the 4 hours of Silverstone. And indeed, he did have the pole in his class. That's going to take us to a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. After 4 hours of coverage, we're going to rest our voices, but we will be back with the post-race interviews as well as the unofficial results. Stick around because we'll show you all the upcoming races here on GSRC. welcome back to Silverstone after 4 hours of racing. It's only 11 a.m. here in England, but the DGFX series saw round 5 complete with the PCDC Motorsports Aragon team taking the 5th win out of 5 races. Hell Racers Gluttony did try to give it their best, but they had to settle for second place, a whole 50 seconds behind. Only 3 cars were on the lead lap in that LMP1 class. Satellite Racing wound up in 3rd, having qualified in 8th. They certainly race better than they qualify, and I think they'll be happy with that. Element Sim Racing Fire finished in 4th, with SKS Tribute finishing exactly where they started, in 5th position. How about our pole sitters, though? The Old Dogs team unfortunately fell to 6th. It was certainly hurt by a penalty that they got early on. German Sim Racing, the number 7 car, finished in 7th appropriately. Hoisingfeld, number 78, took 8th place. Torque Freak Racing Sunset was 9th, and the PCDC Xenon car finally got themselves up into 10th, ahead of all of the LMP2 classes, which will be read off by Steph.
Yeah, LMP2 class, easy glide. It wasn't really for the CQR club. Yes, they did finish about 37 seconds ahead of second place, but they were challenged quite a lot by the number 101 team Hoisenfeld for pretty much most of the race until they had a penalty. Top Freak Racing Corkscrew as said in second place, World of Sim Racing team 3rd, Nomad Sim Racing HPD 4th place for them, Team Hoisenfeld. A very good race until that penalty for them, only sees them finish in 5th place. Adequate Racing 6th place, German Sim Racing LMP2 in 7th place. Real Pixel Motorsport, they have finished in 8th place, ahead of Team Vikings Fenris in 9th, No Luck M Sport in 10th place or 20th overall. 3rd, they have finished in 11th place in class. The Apex Racing Group Blue in 12th place in their class, 22nd overall. And then we also have the number 111 of Fach Autotech Sim Racing. They're going to finish 33rd in the overall standings.
And taking the win in the GT Pro class after an absolutely fantastic effort to come back and take the win in the closing stages of the race is Team Huskenveld 248. Second place was Hell Racers Hearsay after a fantastic effort to try and hold on. Third place was Kinetic Racing Velocity. Fourth place is Fussa Motorsport. Fifth place was Kinetic Racing Speed. Versa Motorsport was in 6th. Samba Racing team was in 7th. Fussa Motorsport in 8th. 9th place was Graphite Racing Pro. 10th place was Hexa Racing Team Purple. 11th place was Absolute Unit of Energy Racing. Kinetic Racing Surge in 12th. Speed Tech Sim Sport in 13th. 14th was Element Sim Racing Water. And Torque Freak Racing Maggots finishing in last place in the GT Pro class, I should say, to round out the results.
Then we get to GTM, and Turbium Racing had a lights to flag victory from pole to first place. World of Sim Racing Team Junior was a ways behind and second behind them. Then TSB Racing Ripen Move rounded out the podium. Speed Tech Sim Sport 339 can't be too unhappy with a 4th place. They were followed rounding out the top 5 with S-Rock Racing. Graphite Racing Am took 6th, and Real Pixel Motorsports 3. Oof, man, boy, did they have a bad day today, taking 7th when they were hoping to try and solidify a good lead into the final round. Usagi Racing was 8th behind them. Then we get to our DNFs in this class. Huge Ass Motorsports, Team Vikings Midgard, and Energy Racing was a did not start today. Let's talk to our winner in that LMP1 class. PCDC Motorsports Aragon driver of Refness is joined us. And Adrian, of course, running an excellent race there alongside the likes of Gianluca Matteo. Adrian, it looked like even though you didn't have the pole, it never seemed like you guys sweated it, because once you got into the lead, you were gone.
Yeah, it was a pretty intense race for us. We felt like the competition, at least in the qualifying, was really hard. So we had to really pull out everything to get the lap together and keep up in the race. But we managed to do it and overtake in the start. And yeah, we secured a pretty good margin of lead to at least to start the race off.
Now, this race, though, is much, much shorter than the 10 hours of Barcelona that it's going to be coming up. There's going to be so many more variables thrown into that one. How are you approaching that finale, especially considering it's double points and you can't risk losing a lot of points there?
Yeah, correct. We're looking forward to that race, but I think we're going to have a similar approach as we do with every race, and that is to try to play the long game, try to anticipate what our direct opponents are going to do in terms of strategy, and just play the long race, the long game.
Fantastic stuff. You did that today. Anybody you'd like to thank before we let you go for this win?
Yes, I want to thank our race engineer who's been with us the whole season so far, and he's a big part of why we have now gotten 5 wins out of 5 races. So it's mostly thanks to him.
I'd say he deserves a raise there. So that was Adrian Refnes, our winner here in the number 18 PCDC Argon. Up next, we've got both Brock and Barraclaw, who won, or no, excuse me, who are talking to Stefan Schlacker about their race over in the LMP2s.
Yeah, second place for them, getting beat out by the CQR club, 37 seconds behind them. Guys, I would nearly say that you had a rather quiet race to get up to that second place for most of these 4 hours.
Oh, I may have looked quiet from the broadcast, but I can tell you it was anything but quiet for us when we were in the car. We were on an alternative strategy, and to make it work, we knew we had to basically push like hell the entire race. So that.
Well, it worked out in the end quite nicely for that second place. Sadly, not for the first place. Did you ever have any intentions after that, second stint that you are gonna try for that first place, or did you already kind of know that it's going to be sort out of reach for you guys?
We actually really weren't sure where we were gonna sit after all the pit stops cycled through. Since we took our short fuel like halfway in the race, we weren't sure if we were gonna get third, fourth, fifth. Like it was just as it happened, what fell into our lap and where we were at. And David did an awesome job there at the end, fighting for that P2 finish right there, down to the white flag. So no, it was more of just what happened and how our strategy worked out.
Well, guys, you're in third place. I think you're gonna jump up to second place after this race, going into the season finale with double points at Barcelona. How are you thinking about that one in 1 month's time?
Yeah, it's really exciting for us. I'm really looking forward to the next one. We're going to make a good go at it. And we got a couple of guys to bring into the car for that one. So we've got a busy month. We got Daytona in a couple of weeks' time. Dawson and I both racing, which we need to prepare for. But after the iRacing 24 hours, the Rolex 24, we'll be straight on to gunning for that championship. And hats off. I just want to say hats off to the CQR guys today. They were very fast, and I don't think any strategy that any of the rest of us could have used would have beat them. So well played to them. But we're really happy with second, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, any final words before we let you go on this beautiful day?
No, just thank Torque Freak for getting a really fast P2 setup and all our sponsors and all the good stuff. And thanks to you guys for doing the broadcast.
Thanks to Infinity Decals and TeamSpeak, who are on our car. They both get it done for us. So yeah, big thanks to them and to you guys as well for the broadcast.
Well, thank you guys as well for racing and making this championship interesting in the LMP2 class. That was Torque Freak Racing's coach crew, Dawson, Brock, and David Barraclaw. Their second place finish for them in the P2 class. Next up, it's your winner in the GT Pro class. It's Jan Sinkowski talking to Ryan Walker.
Winner of the GT Pro class after a fantastic effort to come back from, I think it was about 50 seconds or so, to come back and win the race in GT Pro. Jan, that was a fantastic drive for you guys at Team Huskenveld. How was it from your point of view?
Intense, very, very intense. I had to get 2 laps out of the last stint of the car. So I was all the time since I left the pit, just saving fuel. And then I think the guys in front of us, Jonas Bodin, I think he had to spin. So we came closer, and then they had to pit to make it to the end of the race. What we wanted to avoid. And so yeah, it got really close at the end. Well, it was very, very difficult and very, very nerve-wracking to save fuel and attack at the same time. That wasn't easy. Looking every lap at the fuel, yeah, that was intense. And then in the end, the great battle. I knew I had to do it in these corners. I think turn 3 and 4. They had the most problems. I think he had really old tires. He had no traction. So yeah, I knew I had to do it somewhere there, and yeah, was a nice clean fight. Was hard, but in the end, yeah, with a great outcome for us.
How was the battle with Bowden towards the end? I mean, as you say, he was struggling with tires, and what was he like to try and get by? Was he hard? Was he fair? Was there a lot of respect given? I mean, there was times that you were closing on him, and then he managed to maintain the gap, but in the end, you managed to close him down and get by him. Was there good sportsmanship between the two of you?
Yeah, it was really great. He when I was just alongside him, he just gave me enough room, but also not more as I expected. So yeah, everything fine, everything good. So yeah, that's the way I like to fight. Just do it as close as possible, not making it easy for the other one, but yeah, also not pushing someone off the track. So everything great. And I really enjoyed the fight, as my teammates did also.
Good stuff. Just before we let you go, is there anyone you want to thank quickly? Any sponsors or team names or anything like that?
Yeah, for sure, Huizinveld, as always, for yeah being a big part of our team since years now, making it possible for us to race in these series, and then yeah to my teammates supporting over the race, and yeah Christian driving for himself. In the end, it all came together to this uh, yeah outcome. So yeah, great one, and very important for the last race.
Good stuff. Well, thanks for joining us, Jan, and again, congratulations to you guys on the GT Pro One, and we look forward to seeing you on track at Barcelona.
Thank you, and congratulations to the other winners.
That was our winner in the GT Pro class, Jan Sintowski. Up next, we've got our winner, or one of our winners in the GTM class. We're joined by Bryce Watson, who teamed up with TM Haynes. Bryce, I have to admit, most of the action in your class tended to be more down right behind you. It seems like we only mentioned you just to reiterate that you're in the lead.
I think it was also the mistake when I missed pit entry on my lap when I was supposed to be pitting for fuel, and I had to coast with 0.4 liters for the entire lap. So I think that also got a bit of broadcast time, but not for the right reasons, I guess.
That's true. Yeah, as soon as you mentioned that, I forgot that we had spotted that just as you were coasting in. So what kicked that off? Because it seemed like a bit of a silly mistake towards the end of the race with such a prominent lead.
Yeah, so I must first of all thank Tim Haynes. He drove an absolutely stellar double stint in the beginning of the race. He pulled a nice big gap. And then as soon as the safety car came out, we started ticking down the time, and we realized that we didn't need to do the splash at the end if we did a bit of fuel saving in the last two stints. So I was quite aggressive on the fuel saving towards the end of the race. And yeah, I was just trying to deal with traffic, and I let two HBDs pass me, and I literally just missed the pit entrance. So I had to go into damage limitation there straight away. And yeah, I pretty much coasted down the whole of Hanger Straight and got up the hill and coasted all the way into the pits. Luckily, we are close to the pit entrance. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it.
Yeah, that made it obviously a little bit nerve-wracking. Now, you guys were pretty far behind in the points coming in, but we do have double points in Barcelona. And with Real Pixel having a bad day today, how does that make you guys look at Barcelona? Is this we could maybe take the championship, or you're not even thinking about it?
So at the end of the day, I think the championship win would be amazing. But at the end of the day, we all just here to have a good time and have some fun. And if we can win the championship while we're at it, that's all the better.
I think sounds like a good way to approach it. Well, again, congratulations. Anybody you'd like to thank before you go?
Thanks. I just want to thank Terbium Racing and all of the supporters and all of the rest of the Terbium crew who are supporting us offline.
Great stuff. That was the number 365, the Terbium Racing team with Bryce Watson, the anchor today, helping take the victory. A big thank you as well from us as we close up. That's the last of our interviews. Thanks goes out to the DGFX series for putting us on for another season of coverage. And also thanks to the companies that provide the software and the hardware for our broadcasts. They're listed here on your screen. Additional thanks go to June Lalonde to provide our wonderful music. See the screen for how to get a hold of more of her great work. And also thanks to the team today, Ryan, Steph, Sean, and Dougie. If you'd like to find out more about GSRC, including upcoming races, you can find it at globalsimracingchannel.com. We're also on social media. Our Twitter is at GSR Channel, Facebook, Global Sim Racing Channel, and Instagram is GSRC_Graham. As we've mentioned, the next round, we're heading off to Spain, and that is going to be Saturday, February 1st at 8 a.m. Eastern. It's our longest race of the season. But we have upcoming races for other series listed on the screen, so check those out and mark them down on your calendar. But until next time, race clean, race hard, see you on the track.